want to go live on YouTube, because we're live right now, not mute yourself until we get started. And we'll call the meeting in just a few moments.
Jeff, the NFL's had a rigorous testing program so far. There were 44,000.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Coffee? I'm not sure I have any coffee yet.
We still have a few people coming in, so I'm going to give us just one more minute here. Everybody bear with me and we'll get started. Just as a reminder to our directors that are on, we are on live on YouTube right now. So thank you all for your patience.
How do you access that live on YouTube?
Well, I think that we have posted the YouTube link on our Facebook profile, but if you go to www.youtube.com/State Bar of Texas, that is our YouTube channel.
Thank you.
You bet.
Was that www.youtube.com/State Bar of Texas?
That's what I'm showing. Yes, sir.
It's amazingly, I just had 2 people text me.
Hear us now. Yeah.
Okay, good morning. It is 9:03 and I am calling the meeting to order. All directors will be unmuted for roll call. With our agenda posting, we invited members of the public to sign up to give their comments and to view a broadcast of the Board of Directors meeting, which is live on YouTube at www.youtube.com/State Bar of Texas. The instructions on how to sign up to speak at today's meeting were posted, and they were available until 5 p.m. yesterday afternoon. Members of the public will have an opportunity to speak at the beginning of our meeting today, directly after a report from our Executive Director, Mr. Trey Apfel. We will go over the procedures for that here in just a few minutes. They will mimic the procedures that we did on our July 27th board meeting. For members of the public, we do thank you for being here and being with us. Please note that this meeting will be recorded and that the recording will be made available to the public. Mr. Executive Director, please call the roll.
Mr. Augusto.
Present.
Mr. Alexander.
Present.
Mr. Allison.
Present.
Mr. Almanzan.
Present.
Mr. Baruch.
Present.
Ms. Bim.
Present.
Ms. Brooker.
Here.
Mr. Cavillo.
Here.
Mr. Carlos Cardenas.
Here.
Mr. Luis Cardenas.
Here.
Mr. Cook.
Here.
Ms. Cordova.
Here.
Mr. Crain.
Here.
Ms. Davis.
Present.
Mr. Dawson.
Present.
Mr. Docupil.
Here.
Ms. Hernandez Ferrier.
Present.
Ms. Barunda Firth.
Present.
Mr. Fisher.
Here.
Mr. Flores.
Here.
Ms. Forbes.
Present.
Mr. Ginn. Here. Ms. Goldsberry.
Here.
Mr. Gravely.
Here.
Mr. Harris. Ms. Harrison.
Here.
Judge Hatch.
Here.
Ms. Hoggard. Ms. Humphrey will be joining us shortly. Mr. Hurst.
Here.
Mr. Kolodowski.
Here.
Justice Learman.
Here.
Ms. Cortez Mates.
Present.
Mr. McDougall.
Here.
Ms. Cara Miller.
Here.
Ms. Emily Miller.
Here.
Judge Morales has an excused absence. Ms. Mount. Ms. Murphy.
Here.
Mr. Naylor.
Here.
Ms. Rispoli.
Here.
Ms. Rowe. Mr. Schrammick.
Here.
Ms. Scott.
Here.
Mr. Sergi.
Here.
Mr. Sims.
Here.
Mr. Jason Smith.
Here.
Mr. Michael Smith. Mr. Todd Smith.
Here.
Mr. Sorrells.
Here.
Ms. St. Ives. Mr. Tolchin.
Here.
Mr. Vargas.
Here.
Mr. Vasquez.
Here.
Ms. Welburn.
Here.
Mr. Wester.
Here.
Ms. Pack Wilson.
Present.
Judge Erie.
I'm here.
Mr. Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director.
Mr. Chair,
I'm sorry?
this is Lydia Mount.
Lydia.
Yes, ma'am. Gotcha.
I was counted present for roll call.
I know, mine
Thank
also
you.
wasn't called, but Carmen Rose here for roll call.
Director Mount and Director Rowe, the record will reflect you're both here. I'm glad to see you both. Thanks for being here. At this point, I would ask my friend Director Steve Naylor to come and lead us in the invocation. Steve, if you'd unmute yourself, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day and for allowing us to be here to be a part of it. As we move forward today with the business of this board, I pray that each of us keep in mind that we represent all of the lawyers and citizens in the state of Texas. I pray that we are able to put our personal agendas aside and rely instead on you and your guidance in the decisions that are made here today. I pray that as we have our discussions, we are all patient, courteous, and respectful of others and their opinions. I pray that each of us commit to the mission of the State Bar of Texas and to making the State Bar of Texas the best it can be. It is in your name we pray these things. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Steve. And I'd ask my friend Director Amy Wellborn if she would come and lead us in the pledges. The flags will be on your screen. Director Wellborn, Amy, if you please unmute yourself and lead us in the pledges. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. Pledge allegiance. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Amy. At this point, before we hear from our members of the public in just a few moments, we're going to invite our Executive Director, Trey Apfel, to bring us his report. Trey, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome everyone to the meeting this morning. Thank you to the directors, State Bar members, and the public for your thoughtful input on the issues being discussed today. I want to make it clear as we start our meeting this morning that the State Bar has a long-standing commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts. Recognizing that historical and continuing discrimination based on race, sex, and sexual orientation can impede career opportunities of Texas attorneys and their ability to provide quality legal services, the State Bar created the Office of Minority Affairs in 1991 to implement and carry out initiatives to further the bar's commitment to a fair and equal legal profession for minority, women, and LGBT attorneys. The office works with the State Bar's Diversity in the Profession, Women in the Profession, and Texas Minority Council Program steering committees, and hosts a variety of projects and programs relating to diversity, equity, and inclusion. All Texas attorneys may participate in the office's programs. In 2007, after the hard work of a diversity task force created by former State Bar Presidents Eduardo Rodriguez and Martha Dickey, the State Bar's mission statement, our purpose clause, was expanded to include the following words: and promote diversity in the administration of justice and the practice of law. 2020, I promise, will be another milestone year in the advancement of the bar's diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts. We are moving forward today with positive and meaningful action in this area. Today, we will hear reports from President Larry McDougall and President-elect Sylvia Barunda Firth on their efforts, and the board will be asked to approve the roster for the Task Force on Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, which was authorized on July 27th at the special called meeting at that time. We will also hear from Director Carmen Rowe on the roster for the board work group to review public and member input on diversity and inclusion issues, which was also established at the July 27th special board meeting. This board took a number of other actions on July 27th, including a requirement that directors receive implicit bias training by December 31, and we are working on a program to accomplish that objective. This board also submitted a request to the State Bar's MCLE committee to study whether to make implicit bias training part of our MCLE requirements. So these and other efforts will help ensure that diversity, equity, and inclusion issues stay at the forefront of the bar's work going forward. I look forward to your comments today, and we look forward to working with you as we move forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. As we move towards the portion of our meeting where we hear from the public, I want to just mention a few things. When I spoke to you on the July 27th meeting, I asked that you remember the words of immediate past President Victor Flores, that everywhere we go, we scrub floors and open doors, and we have another opportunity to do that today. We have an opportunity to do that by listening, by hearing, by understanding, and I hope we take that opportunity. For our members of the public, you will have 3 minutes in which to speak. If you're on video, please make sure that you have used the same email address and name that you registered under and signed up under when you try to enter the room when we let you in, so we can ensure you are who you say you are for security reasons. If you are calling in on the phone, please make sure you use the phone number and name that you registered under, so again, for those same security reasons. If you're on a video call, when you have used 2 minutes of your time and you have 1 minute remaining, I will stand up behind the podium to give you an idea. And then once you reach the time limit, I'll ask you to please finish your thought. We want to hear what you have to say. We're excited to hear what you have to say, but we want to be respectful of the other members of the public that have signed up. If you're on the phone, I will give you an oral warning when you have 1 minute remaining. One thing I want to clarify for everyone, the State Bar of Texas, I know that several of our speakers are here today to talk about the ABA Model Rule 8.4G. At today's meeting, the board is going to consider referring that rule for review as requested by State Bar members at the prior board meeting in July, but that's what it would be. It would be referring it to the committee for review. There will not be a vote today on the State Bar of Texas adopting the ABA Model Rule. We cannot do that today. That's not the purpose of today with the ABA Model Rule, so I wanted to clear up any confusion about that. Today's vote is about whether or not to refer that to the committee for review. We do appreciate the public interest in this topic, though, and we think it's important that we hear from all sides. We called this special meeting today because of a motion that was made at the July 27th meeting. When we are through with public comments, we will move into closed session, and we'll talk about the details of that once we are through with our public comments. As of 5 p.m. yesterday, 50 members of the public had signed up, and so if you'd be respectful of your 3 minutes again, members of the public, we would appreciate that. With that, I believe that we're ready. Chris Houston, are you on our Zoom call?
Yes, Mr. Ginn.
All right,
Hello.
The floor is yours, Ms. Houston. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Greetings. I'm Chris Houston. Thank you for allowing me to voice my support for both of Board Member Dawson's motions. Justice will not be served until those who are unaffected are as outraged as those who are. Benjamin Franklin. My people and I live in a perpetual state of fear in America because of people with the mentality of Larry McDougall. I'm a Black woman, a person who has been terrorized, dehumanized, degraded, derided, and discriminated against, like those who were the subject of President McDougall's harmful and offensive social media posts. You will be asked to approve Board Member Dawson's motions for multifaceted reasons. I appeal to your conscience. Others will support Mr. Dawson's motions by relying upon board policies and case law. Steve Fisher alleged that those of us who called for President McDougal's resignation or removal are in the minority. I urge you to be as outraged by the pain that we, the minority in the bar, feel, and to send the clear message that President McDougal's behavior will not be tolerated by the State Bar of Texas. Several words come to mind when I think of President McDougal's posts: fear, degradation, discrimination, dehumanization, criminalization, brutalization, derision. Imagine President McDougal making his online comments while face to face with Black, Latino, Asian, white, and other Texas bar members or members of the community at large who support the Black Lives Matter movement, such as the poll worker pictured in his post. What might they feel? Degradation, dehumanization, discrimination, criminalization? Imagine President McDougal making his online comments while face to face with our former colleague who lost her law license because of her battle with drug addiction and mental illness. What might she feel? Derision, degradation, dehumanization, discrimination? Imagine President McDougal making his pro-police brutality comments while face to face with the family of the deceased George Floyd, or to the paralyzed Joshua Blake, or to his children who witnessed a policeman shoot him in the back 7 times. What might they feel? Fear, degradation, dehumanization, criminalization, discrimination, brutalization at the hands of the police? The fear that perpetually torments my people and me is that we may one day be George Floyd, Joshua Blake, Breonna Taylor, Botham Jean, or Sandra Bland, simply because we were born Black in America. Mr. Dawson is correct. The facts show that President McDougal cannot exercise the judgment needed to enunciate the policies and positions of the State Bar of Texas or the
Ms.
board.
Houston, please finish your thought.
Therefore, I respectfully urge the board to support Mr. Dawson's first and second motions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Houston, for your time and for your comments. Our next speaker is Jen Jenkins. Are you on our call?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you. Greetings. My name is Jennifer Jenkins. Thank you for allowing me to voice my support for the board member, Mr. Dawson's motions. Moving forward, there has almost never been a time that the services of the State Bar of Texas have been more needed, more desperately needed than they are now in the year 2020. It is imperative that our leadership within the State Bar that represents all attorneys and the work that we do as attorneys mirror not only the membership of the State Bar, but the people that we so importantly serve. Mr. McDougal has shown, both through his actions, his lack of action, his inaction, and his words, that he is not the leader that we need to move us forward as a State Bar. It is imperative that every single one of Mr. Dawson's motions be approved and moved on, because we cannot do the work that is necessary without those motions. It is also imperative that as a State Bar, we never come back to the moment that we are in now with our lack of leadership and our lack of morality, our lack of concern, our lack of empathy, and our lack of support for the community and the state, the citizens that we serve. I ask that this board seriously consider not only the motions that Mr. Dawson has made, but make the changes that are necessary to move forward. Again, mirroring the words of Mr. Benjamin Franklin, justice will not be served until those that are unaffected are as outraged as those who are. This is a time of fear in America, and this is a time of crisis. The leadership of the State Bar of Texas must reflect the community that it serves. With that, I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your comments and for your time today. Mr. Bob Bennett, are you on our call?
I am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You have the floor, sir. Your time starts now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Board of Directors. You have seen my written statements. And I am in support of not sending this rule to the committee. You have Attorney General opinion. You have statements by others who are constitutional lawyers that this will not stand up and it will not be anything but a large mess as far as grievances are concerned. So I would urge you not to refer the rule from the ABA 804 to a committee, but end it now. Second, I am speaking for my good friend, Larry McDougall, who is not a racist and is not going to be able to fix every wrong of society. I understand what you're saying. I understand the pain that you feel. I understand the emotion that's attached to this. But to go back 8 and longer years and pick up somebody's emails when he was not president certainly impinges upon the right of freedom of expression. And so I'd ask for you to keep the motion of Dawson tabled and to not take away Larry's right to be the spokesman for the State Bar of Texas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett, for your comments and for your time this morning. Tamika Harris, are you with us?
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. My comments are directed to the board. I mean, we have hashed over the Larry McDougall situation. We know what he is, we know what he believes in. But my concern with the board in discussing what actions to take was what actions were not taken, what was not discussed, which was the integrity of the bar. So the board's inaction on it sends a message to me, everybody who looks like me, everybody whose skin is not white, that we don't belong in the state bar. We are not valued as attorneys. Nothing less than the removal of Larry McDougall is just unacceptable. There were other options that were available. The board did have the power to remove him. Did not hear any statements on changing the policy manual or amending the rules so that this situation would never happen again. And where we are now with Director Dawson's motion is just that motion. It's too little, too late. The message is sent, the damage is done. Now, 400 years ago, my people were brought here in chains without a choice. Now, as a lawyer, 400 years after that, I'm sitting here without a choice to be a member of the bar who does not wish me to be a member, who does not wish to include me, who does not wish to uphold the integrity of the profession, the Constitution of Texas, and the Constitution of the United States of America. Well, I, for one, refuse to live on the state bar plantation. So thus, I would request that the board look at amending the policy manual and amending the rules. And if the board is not going to do that, then those of us who are members will have to do that, and then we'll have to seek alternative measures such as creating our own voluntary bar, which will include us. Thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you, Ms. Harris, for your time and for your comments today. Dan, is it Japhet? Pardon me. I'm sure I mispronounced it.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, sir. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Following that is very powerful. I have to admit that, the fact that we decided that we're not going to just remove the guy is a beginning, at least, of a conversation of how we can fix this from now on out. My problem and my question is this. If we keep on chipping away at this guy's authority or the position's authority to a point to where everybody's okay with it, in other words, we're okay with him having that authority, what are we going to do in a year or 2 years when things change and maybe politics have changed, memberships have changed, alliances have changed, and all of a sudden you've got a state board president who can't do anything? Are we going to come back and give him back that power? Is this going to be one of those deals where it's going to be kind of a who's in charge, who's in control, gets to say who gets to say what? Because that's kind of what you're doing. And it's kind of one of the points that's been made about the arbitrary nature of the state bar to begin with. Are we going to let our people vote and their votes count? Or are we going to let them vote, and then if we don't like what they say, go back and try to change those votes, which is another thing that seems to be happening right now. So my comment is simply this. Be real careful with what you do when you take away the man's authority, because you're not taking away his authority. Remember that. It's not his authority. You're taking away the position's authority. And I ask that you take that in consideration before you do anything. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your time and for your comments this morning. Roshan Mansinghani, are you with us?
I am.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Roshan Mansinghani. I'm an attorney practicing in Dallas, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this committee. My comments are directed to the proposed ABA Model Rule 8.4, and I have strong concerns about this rule. I believe that this rule violates the free speech that attorneys have. It is very broad, and in particular, and what I think is somewhat pernicious about this rule is that its breadth cannot be determined from the text of the rule itself, but you must go read the commentary to the rule to then understand that the vague terms that are used in the rule have an application that is much broader than what anyone would have anticipated. In particular, the rule essentially, on its face, it claims to be a non-discrimination rule. And in that vein, it is certainly something that I think should be promoted. But what it will turn into, in my humble opinion, is a speech code for lawyers. And depending on whatever is the politically correct sentiment at the time, it can be used to persecute those that may have a position that is different than what is that in the majority. This is exactly what lawyers should be fighting and not enacting as a speech code for their own profession. The rule extends to even conversations people would have at a meeting of lawyers, not even in the actual practice of law, for example, in the representation of clients or in the courtroom, but what they may say at a bar meeting. This turns our freedom-loving country into an Orwellian country that I think none of us would like to live in. The rule has been rejected by many states because of these exact same issues, and I believe that our state should follow suit in that regard. I do not believe the rule is worded in a way that lawyers can understand what it actually means, what it actually applies to, and thus it is vague and inappropriate, especially because it does relate to regulating the speech of lawyers. Ultimately, I do believe that there are problems in our society dealing with discrimination that can and should be addressed, but this is not the way to do it. We cannot regulate free speech in order to silence voices we may not like to hear. If the rule was intended simply to prevent a lawyer from, for example,
Please finish your
looks
thought
like my
there.
time is up, but I
Yes, sir.
I believe my sentiments have been expressed, and I thank you so much for your time and your consideration.
Thank you for your time, sir, and for signing up to speak and for your comments. Mr. Earl Spielman, are you on our call? Mr.
I'm
Spielman,
here.
if you're with us. Okay, good deal. Yes, sir, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Thanks for allowing me to speak in regards to the motion presented by Alistair Dawson, the bar director from the District 4 of Houston. And it also pertains a little bit to 8.4 as well. I just want to say that I have personally known Larry McDougall in a professional capacity for over 30 years. As such, I can personally attest that never once have I ever heard a disparaging, unprofessional, or pejorative word uttered by this man. I actively practice in all of the courts of Fort Bend County, as well as the entire state. I've had occasion to contact with President McDougall in many of these courts, so I can say that I've spent enough time with him and to know what he says, what kind of person he is, and whether he is someone that can be trusted and will advance the wishes and needs of the members of the state bar. Let me say this as well. Larry was elected by the members of this state bar. Many of these are from the southeast part of this state. Many of the voters have written to the bar in support of Larry. They indeed are happy that he got elected. I am aware that many members of the bar also wanted Larry to resign, which he did not do. Asking Larry to resign over something misconstrued 12 years ago is fundamentally unfair. Since this executive committee cannot remove President McDougal, there are many that are trying to make him so uncomfortable that they think he will just up and resign. And that is not in his nature. Larry is no quitter. And he is a fighter. Rather than make President McDougal use his talents, which are many, in fighting with the committee and board, many of us think that his resources would be better utilized working for the betterment of the constituents of this organization. I'm not saying that the members who voice a contrary position to mine, that their thoughts are invalid, nor do I wish to minimize their perceived pain. Rather, I would ask them to look beyond what harm they may have incurred and understand that Larry possesses the ability to appreciate the needs of the entire State Bar of Texas, and in particular, the criminal defense and municipal justice bar members and what their needs are. I ask that this toxic cancellation culture not permeate into our arena. This current zeitgeist is not healthy for us members as an aggregate. I ask that we come together and let Larry do his job unrestrained. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Spielman, for your time and for your comments today. Josh Blackman, are you on our call?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
We can. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Josh Blackman. I am a constitutional law professor at the South Texas College of Law, Houston, but I'm here in my capacity as a member of the bar. Today, I would like to briefly discuss the proposal to refer ABA Model Rule 8.4G to a committee for study. In the current moment, I appreciate the bar's desire to take steps to promote racial and other types of equality. But moving forward with 8.4G would fail to achieve those goals. Specifically, the adoption of this controversial rule would be challenged immediately in court. I suspect the same plaintiffs who challenged the integrated bar will line up for an encore suit. And the Texas Attorney General, who ruled the proposal unconstitutional, has hinted he will file suit as well. If a single district court enters a preliminary injunction, the validity of the rule would remain in doubt for years, and the bar may unwittingly set a precedent in the Fifth Circuit or the Texas Supreme Court. Throughout this entire time, the bar will be enjoined from taking the important steps that it needs to take. And in the process, acrimony will build among members of the bar about this divisive rule. My suggestion, take the easier route. Consider a narrowly tailored rule that addresses the specific problems attorneys face in the legal practice in Texas. Don't overshoot and rubber stamp an ABA drafted, burdensome regulation on the freedom of speech and the free exercise of religion. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Blackman, for your time and for your comments this morning. Jessica Lewis, are you with us? Ms. Lewis, if you would unmute yourself. All right, Ms. Lewis, we will come back and try to make sure you're on here in just a few minutes. Rich Robbins, are you with us? Mr. Robbins, if you would unmute yourself. Oh, we had a, Lewis, are you with us? I saw your name pop up.
I'm here. This is Jordan Lewis.
All right, the floor is yours, sir.
Yes, my name is Jordan Lewis. I'm a member of the Texas Bar, and I'm here to stand with the other attorneys and voices today who are speaking out against the proposed edition of Model Rule 8.4G, the Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct. First and foremost, this rule unfairly targets lawyers of faith and conscience. It suppresses free speech, and it's duplicative of other rules which already make it inappropriate for lawyers to discriminate and harass in the course of their professional representation. It's expansive and too broad since it essentially covers all conduct and not just professional conduct. But moreover, it is completely inappropriate. It basically takes one set of values and favors them over other sets of values and systems of morality that are the foundation of our civil society of billions of people around the world. It targets multiple faiths, and basically it does so under the guise, the well-meaning guise of fighting discrimination and harassment. Discrimination and harassment, racism, bigotry are evil things, and we should do everything we can as a society to stamp them out. But suppressing speech and abridging the constitutional rights of our attorneys in Texas or in our country is completely inappropriate. Moreover, attorneys are supposed to espouse and fully flesh out the ideas of our society. And this rule will especially be chilling on that speech. It will create tension and fear among the bar, and it will render us unable to fully engage in our civic society or in our representations or in our communities or even in politics. So I am firmly against it, and I encourage other members of the bar, and I request that these esteemed directors follow suit with many other states in rejecting this model rule. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis, and I'm sorry I got your name wrong there. It's Jordan, not Jessica. I apologize for that. I mentioned this at the last time we spoke. People mispronounce my name all the time, and so I'm sorry if I do that today. We are working through this the best we can, and our state bar staff is doing an incredible job. I understand that we have Rich Robbins on the phone. Mr. Robbins, are you with us? Mr. Robbins, if you're on, if you would unmute yourself. If you're here, the floor is yours. And Mr. Robbins, if you want to try to hit *6 *7 to unmute, that might work too.
Can you hear me, sir?
I can. The floor is yours. Your time starts now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to call in to offer support for the bar's concern about serving the public as well as possible. I think there's a win-win situation for all of us here, especially the African-American community, if we can refrain from muzzling Larry McDougal. He has said repeatedly that he wants grievance reform, so it will be a lot less intimidating for lawyers to accept cases and causes that need lawyers' involvement. The African-American community has various members who have complained to me that they very much fear the grievance process because it is so easy for someone to use the internet now to file a frivolous grievance against an attorney whom they want to stiff and not have to pay, for example, or an attorney who didn't lie for them in court when they wanted. And it's something that really makes a lot of us endure a chilling effect. Larry McDougal's grievance reforms that one can find at the website texasbarsunset.com, which I maintain, they would make it so that we would see a return perhaps to yesteryear. In 1992, nearly 100% of civil defendants in Texas had legal counsel. Would anybody care to guess what that percentage is now? It's 25%, according to the Bureau of Justice Statistics and the Association of State Courts. Larry McDougal wants it to change. The situation that we have is just not tenable, and everybody stands to gain if we can keep Larry McDougal. The people who are concerned about him, they are more than welcome to keep airing their concerns if he does anything else that bothers them.
Mr. Robbins, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you very much. It's worth taking a chance on this true leader, because when is the last time that we had a president say that he wanted to do things that would benefit the entire legal profession, such as grievance reform? With that, I would like to conclude by saying let's not muzzle our president. Let's not restrict his powers. Let's get together and rabble-rouse in favor of grievance reform that would help the entire community, not just of Texas lawyers, but of Texans and people who invest in Texas from abroad. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your time and for your comments this morning. Cynthia Owens, are you with us?
I'm here.
Yes, ma'am. The floor is yours.
All right. Thank you. And thank you for the directors holding this for us to speak again. I have two issues. One is that I submitted an article by Harper's Magazine that said there's a sinister chilling effect that takes place when we try to just have people fired or muzzled, especially if they're into the field and the colleges even. And it's a very short article and was signed. It's coming out in October in Harper's. And this is a chilling effect. I think it's having a chilling effect on having some people want to run now, but others would say, I don't want to be under this intense scrutiny for my whole life. And it's a very good article, and I hope you read it. My second issue is the muzzling effect. We had Larry McDougall speak. I did as CLE chair to the Harris County Bar, and then to a Texas traffic lawyer bar after he was elected. And he ran on a platform, not just the grievance reform, but he ran on many things, on the health program we have with the state bar, and many other things to improve the focus on the small businesses, the sole practitioners. And I've never seen anyone do this to his extent. And we voted for him, not just who he was, we voted for him on his platform. And the State Bar Executive Committee may not agree with his platform, but he should be allowed to run on what we elected him to run on for and not be muzzled. And I fully believe and know him so well that he will comply with anything you ask him to, but don't muzzle him, please. So I thank you again. And I'm an attorney in Harris County.
Thank you, Ms. Owens, for your time and for your comments today. Alex Wathan, I'm sure I mispronounced your name and I apologize. Are you with us?
Good morning. I'm Alex Wathan. I'm a solo practitioner in Houston, practice primarily bankruptcy and appellate law. And I'm here to talk about two things, mostly my support for Larry McDougall and what he's doing to help this. And I'm also openly bisexual. I also grew up in a Swedish-speaking household. In some ways, English is my second language. Because I'm a man and I'm mostly of European ancestry. I actually have some Jewish ancestry I found out recently with a DNA test. I may not seem like the average, most diverse person, but I actually had a same-sex partner who died of AIDS in 2002 before I married, 2012, I'm sorry, before I married my current wife. So I try to think I can see this from both perspectives. I really support Black Lives Matter. I thought about coming here with the Black Lives Matter mask, but that's not really the decorum we should have here. But I think we need to accept Larry's apology. We realize this is stuff Remarks said on, I think, Facebook. I haven't actually read Remarks, but I've read his apology 5 and 12 years ago. And, you know, we all can make mistakes. Sometimes I have a big mouth too. And this reminds me of the cancel culture we have in this country. Whoopi Goldberg said something very unflattering about George W. Bush in 2004 when he was running for re-election and she was speaking at a Democratic fundraiser. And yes, her remarks were kind of a sexualized joke that she shouldn't maybe have said on national television, but she had a hard time finding work for 5 years after that. She then, I guess, landed a major TV show and she's back in the mainstream. But I think it's wrong that Whoopi Goldberg couldn't find work for 5 years because we are so sensitive and will not forgive it when people make mistakes and what they say. And we need to be forgiving of mistakes. I hope that Larry's agenda will go on, that we do not censure Larry. And I hope that Sylvia would then take over Larry's agenda and continue it. I also would like to say that I'm a little concerned about the rule. I don't want anything that hurts speech. We have to be thick-skinned and be able to handle stuff that sometimes is offensive to us. But a marketplace of ideas where everybody gets heard and no one is afraid to speak is what's really important. I'd like to thank you for listening to me and hope you make the right decision. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, sir, for your comments and for your time this morning. Mr. Mike Shutt.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your service to Texas lawyers. I know it's not easy to sit through these comments and review all the documents, but we're grateful for your service. I've been a member of the State Bar since 1987, and I've taught professional responsibility in a couple of different law schools. And I just want to speak to Rule 8.4G and what the ABA is doing with it and just the harm that it could cause to Texas lawyers. I see it only tangentially connected to the other motions regarding the conduct of the State Bar president. I know that there are other modes of addressing that you're considering, and I'd like to speak only to Rule 8.4G. As Professor Blackman and others have said, it is likely unconstitutional and vague, but the immediate practical problem, I think, for Texas lawyers comes with its breadth. Rule 5.08 in Texas currently addresses these issues, and as far as I can tell, has addressed the issues of discrimination in Texas courts and in the profession very well. And it addresses, our current rule addresses words or conduct in connection with an adjudicatory proceeding, which actually ties the disciplinary rule to issues of justice and fairness, which is what we're trying to do. But the ABA intentionally untethers the rule from justice and, quote, addresses conduct in the course of representing a client. In the old rule, moves from the old rule in the course of representing a client, like the Texas rule in an adjudicatory proceeding, and instead subjects a lawyer to discipline for conduct, quote, related to the practice of law, which it defines in comment 4 as including such things as operating or managing a law firm or law practice, participating in bar association, business, or social activities in connection with the practice of law. This breadth makes every area of a lawyer's life relevant to a grievance committee. And so there are two obvious consequences for Texas lawyers. First, much of Texas substantive law of employment discrimination, hostile work environment, can simply move to the disciplinary context, right? If you're managing a law office, now you're subject to grievance if you do something in the employment context that might be discriminatory. So grievance committees will become the arbiters of employment law, settlers of Twitter and Facebook disputes, censors of CLE panels, overseers of law firm recruiting events and cocktail parties, and approver of nonprofit board mission statements. If you're reform-minded about the tendency of lawyers to use ethical rules as a sword, we should definitely reject this rule out of hand and not refer it to the committee. It's really a recipe for using the rules of professional conduct as a weapon. And finally, and most troubling, as others have pointed out already, this will chill lawyer speech. Every lawyer will think twice about her associations, her board service, her willingness to discuss any issue involving race, gender, class, money, or any hot button issue. Rather than advancing diversity and opening up healthy dialogue among Texas lawyers, this will actually reduce diversity and inclusion and actually shut down the conversation. So I urge the committee to refrain from referring the rule to the committee. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your comments and for your time this morning. Our next speaker is Haram Sasser. Are you with us?
I am. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
The floor is yours, sir.
Okay. I'm only speaking as to opposition of Rule 8.4G. I think most lawyers, when they started off going to law school, they went to law school because they had a particular passion about a certain issue. They wanted to make a difference. I think that there are probably a lot of lawyers at firms that have particular passions. Maybe someone has an environmental passion, ends up working on behalf of Exxon or British Petroleum when they spill oil in the Gulf or something like that. And they've had to, take on another noble task, which is providing for their family. But I think many lawyers are looking for outlets to advance whatever their particular passion is. I know that for me, I happen to be fortunate. I represent people of faith on religious liberty cases all across the country, and people of all faiths. And I get to pursue my passion in doing that. I've represented a Native American sweat lodge, an Islamic cemetery, Jewish synagogues, various Christian denominations, and that sort of thing. All of those religions do not agree on everything, obviously, and some of them have significant disagreement with what might be referred to as kind of a center-left worldview perspective. But nevertheless, we fight for their religious liberty. And I think that lots of lawyers want to be able to pursue their passions. I think some lawyers wanted to represent Gitmo detainees and did so. And I think Rule 8.4G would prohibit those attorneys from pursuing some of those types of representations. I think it would prohibit lawyers from representing Gitmo detainees in pursuing their rights in court and various proceedings that they were subjected to. I think it would prohibit lawyers from representing lots of people of different types of faiths that may have views that are contrary to what probably is the majority view of most lawyers, which is probably a center-left position. And I think that Rule 8.4G will be a significant chilling on people pursuing those passions. And I'm hopeful that we can try to make room for people of all particular backgrounds. I think it's very, very important that lawyers have the opportunity to pursue their passion, the very reason they got into the practice of law, whether that means saving the whales or that means fighting for voting rights. I think it's very, very important. Lawyers serve a very important role in all the various causes. And if I found out that Rule 8.4G would make a simple exception for me, but would prohibit my political opponent from advancing their cause, I would be as adamantly opposed to Rule 8.4G as if it only applied to me. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments and for your time today, sir. Jessica Lewis, are you with us?
I am.
All right, you have the floor, ma'am.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you for hearing our comments. This is a sad day, I think, for the Texas bar. It is heartbreaking that any Texan, including Texas lawyers, feel less than. And while I think that those who hold any such less than view of their fellow Texans are much fewer than some of these reports might make it seem, I regularly advocate for all people to be viewed as equal as they are in the eyes of God. But we as attorneys are both to be advocates and truth seekers. And in this instance, we who draft persuasive pleadings, I believe, should be able to filter through material that instead is directing us for maybe political and other reasons instead of getting us at that truth. I think those comments that I just made apply to several other things before the board today, but I'm here specifically to speak to ABA Rule 8.4G. This rule is deeply flawed. There is no reason it needs to go further. It has been considered in Texas and rejected. And this law makes it professional misconduct for a lawyer to engage in conduct related to the practice of law that he or she knows or reasonably should know, so no knowledge requirement, is harassment or discrimination on the basis of 11 different topics. This conduct related practice of law includes verbal conduct, which means speech. And that's why it's been described as a speech code for lawyers. This rule has been forwarded under the mantle of anti-discrimination, and were that its main goal and effect, I would not be here sharing these comments. As a Christ follower, I believe that all people are created in the image of God, and that we are called to be an advocate for unity, healing, the oppressed, and the vulnerable. But the broad nature of this rule permits its application far beyond the scope of anti-discrimination laws, which are already in place and applicable to lawyers. Instead, by its plain language and by including this scope of, in the scope of the rule of verbal conduct that manifests bias or prejudice towards others without even a knowledge requirement, this rule can expose attorneys for censure and disciplinary action for even and as an example, sharing the gospel at a law-related social gathering, which I've done before and will do again. I have a bias towards my religion because of the hope that I believe that it brings to each one of us. That example might sound extreme, but please consider, why would a body of lawyers support rule language that is so broad that it would provide for such a plain language application? In other words, if the intent is more narrow, why is not the language? The drafters even had to turn to the comments to try to clarify the inapplicability of the rule to things like women's affinity groups and other diversity initiatives.
Please finish your thought.
Yes, thank you. I just wrap up by saying that the Rule 8.4G is not a tool to fight injustice, but rather a weapon by which injustice can be committed. And I believe that more speech will allow these battles to be won in people's hearts instead of by threat of disciplinary action. Thank you.
Thank you for your time and for your comments. Melissa Thrakill, are you with us?
Yes, good morning. Thank you for
Good morning.
having
You have
me.
the floor.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure you guys are maybe tired of hearing this and dealing with this issue. And obviously a lot of other lawyers are tired of hearing of it. They like to refer to people like myself as a socialist. I'm part of some socialist anti-American mob. And, you know, I do have an issue with them classifying those of us speaking out against the president, McDougal's comments as, you know, some sort of anti-American, anti-First Amendment type lawyers, because I'm just practicing my First Amendment rights to voice my disappointment that we have a president who, in my opinion, is clearly racially biased. A lot of it wasn't political. The meme that he posted with a police officer on the neck of a suspect, and then saying, and I paraphrase, you know, justice is sometimes delivered in the streets. For me to speak out against that meme as a lawyer is not a political statement. That's me saying as a lawyer that in no case at any time do I ever believe due process is ever served in the streets of this country. And that's not a political statement to say. That's a philosophical, maybe a sociological statement to make, but it's not political. And then the way he treated the bar member, a former colleague of ours who I imagine has suffered because she was a methamphetamine addict and had issues, and the way he referred to her when he was a leader, somebody who allegedly cared about lawyers who suffered addiction in a very sexist and nonchalant way, you know, to speak out against that behavior is not political either. That's totally unacceptable, especially from a leader. I think we should expect more from our leaders. And I think that we should speak out when they don't deliver. That is what democracy is. That's the beautiful thing of this country. And, you know, you guys will do whatever you need to do on the Dawson motion. Larry McDougal, he doesn't speak for me. He can go out there and I guess speak whatever he wants to say. But I don't think he is the finest example of what Texas has to offer. And I think it's a shame that he's the one that apparently it is the best that we have to offer. So I would encourage you guys to find a better way to, I guess, recruit presidents and interview them and do whatever you need to do to make sure that this doesn't happen again. Because I think out of all the lawyers in Texas, we have better representatives. Including one of your board members from El Paso. He's also pretty poor representation of lawyers in Texas. And in regard to Rule 8.4G, I think we have some bad legal analysis going on here. The rule clearly says that you can still represent whoever you want.
Please finish your thought, ma'am.
Thank you, I will. And I would also recommend not taking any advice from Attorney General Ken Paxton. He should actually be disbarred. And that's one reason why I don't think grievance reform is necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your comments, for your time. Mr. Bill Harger, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
All right, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. I want to speak just very briefly about the McDougal matter and then also about 8.4G. Regarding McDougal, I do not, even though I practice primarily in Fort Bend County, I do not know Larry McDougal. I've seen him speak, but I don't have a personal relationship with him. But from what I have been able to discern from the things that he's being castigated for right now, I have researched what I could on the internet regarding his comments, etc. To me, 8.4G is he's a prime example of why 8.4G is inappropriate. I mean, this man did not make racist comments that I've seen. He may have made some that I haven't seen, but all of the ones that I've looked at, which were particularly the ones I was directed to by the bar, were not racist. They were simply making expressions of opinion based on facts. And I'm going to go ahead and address the elephant in the room, this Black Lives Matter thing. They will tell you, they're upfront about the fact that they're a Marxist organization, it's pro-abortion, they're anti-nuclear family. I think that they're probably one of the most destructive forces for Black America that could possibly exist. And yet McDougal is being crucified just because he expressed his views on an organization like that. I think that's a disgusting, dark stain on the state bar to be doing that. Now, regarding 8.4G, I am very strongly opposed to it because I don't see how anybody could question the fact that it is going to suppress free speech. I am also a Christian, and because I'm a Christian, I can't discriminate, and I don't discriminate. And 8.4G is redundant entirely because we already have ethical rules in place that guard against that kind of, serious discrimination. This 8.4G is so vague. Who gets to define what's harassing? Who gets to define what's discriminatory? I don't agree with Ken Paxton on everything, but Ken Paxton is our Attorney General, and he was asked to review this right after it came out 2 years ago or 4 years ago.
Please finish your thoughts, sir.
It's an unconstitutional, 8.4G is unconstitutional. The Supreme Court has had 2 decisions since it came out that confirm that it's unconstitutional. It's a suppression of free speech and it's wrong. And I encourage the board and the bar to not further promote it.
Thank you, sir, for your time and for your comments this morning. Jonathan Sands, and I'm sure I butchered your last name and I apologize. Are you with us?
Good morning. It's Jonathan Sines. I am with you.
All right. Thank you, sir. The floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Jonathan Sines, and I've been a licensed attorney in Texas for 16 years. I'm a proud graduate of the University of Houston Law Center, and I was recognized as a public interest law fellow. And for over a decade, I've been practicing as a nonprofit pro bono lawyer, protecting the rights of Christians and churches, often on constitutional issues based on their biblical beliefs on marriage, sexuality, and life. I'm speaking to inform you of my opposition to ABA Rule 8.4G and asking you to not refer it forward. Before I was a lawyer, I was a client on a religious belief issue. So I've dealt with these things before and had to go against the government. And it's because of lawyers that are in the position like I am now, that my biblical beliefs were protected, even though a government official went against me. And the notion was that I did not have a place to stand on those rights. ABA Rule 8.4 has been criticized by scholars as a speech code. People like Eugene Volkov of the Federalist Society, Michael McGinnis, the Dean of the University of North Dakota School of Law, and many others. It's very clear that this proposed rule is problematic. As a matter of fact, the state legislature has already acknowledged this. In 2017, State Representative Matt Krause had language that was placed on Senate Bill 302 and Senate Bill 303, making it clear that religious liberty should be protected and not infringed, but it was in response to concerns that ABA proposed rule that was being proposed in other states would come at us and would be proposed. And so the legislature has spoken on this issue, clearly rejecting the notion of 8.4G. Other states have rejected it. Over 14 states have abandoned or rejected ABA rule, while only 2 states, Vermont and New Mexico, have adopted it fully. And furthermore, we know that ABA rule 8.4G could limit lawyers' ability to accept, decline, or withdraw representation. As a matter of fact, Dean McGinnis, who teaches on professional responsibility, has made it clear that simply if you have an issue that is regarding non-limitation, that Model Rule 8.4G offers lawyers no actual protection against charges of discrimination based on their discretionary decision to decline representation of clients, including ones whose objectives are fundamentally disagreeable to the lawyer. That could apply to someone that's in a position like mine. I run a nonprofit organization called Texas Values. We are often involved in litigation and policy issues. And if this rule were to be adopted, lawyers like myself and others could be forced to represent people on issues of same-sex marriage and other issues of sexuality that are heavily litigated, for which we have fundamental biblical beliefs against that. I ask you not to refer 8.4 Model Rule forward or to adopt it. Thank you.
Thank you for your time, sir, today and for your comments. Michael Simpson, are you with us? Mr. Simpson, if you are with us, please make sure you're unmuted.
Okay, now I'm unmuted.
Okay, perfect. Sounds good. Yes, sir. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning to the board. Thank you for your service. Good morning to those who are joining us via the internet. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I wish to speak against referring Model Rule 8.4G any farther than it is right now. I believe the rule is broadly unconstitutional, especially in its breadth and lack of definition of what harassment is. If I have the position that marriage is between one man and one woman, and someone comes up and tries to argue that it's between anyone who wants to get married, no matter who you love, is that harassment of me? I guess harassment is in the eyes of the beholder. We can't have that as the rule. We need to know firm standards. And I believe that if you go back and check the ABA comments, I think they got something like 481 of them, 470 said don't do it. So I would exhort my executive members not to forward this anywhere. Just leave it, let it die the death that it needs. And finally, the question of speech. The solution to disfavored speech is more speech. If we can't convince each other by our speech, then we're pretty poor attorneys, and we lack logical arguments. So my basis on speech and concern is I'm a retired Green Beret. Both of my sons, 2 of my sons were Green Berets. One's retired, one died in Afghanistan defending speech and freedom. So that's what I've got in the mill. I did that before I was an attorney. Once again, thank you to the board for your service, and thank you for sitting through all of this. I yield my time.
Mr. Simpson, thank you for the time and for your words and for the service of yourself and your son and for your son's sacrifice for you and your family and for us. We thank you for that.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Claire Smitham, Miss Claire Smitham, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Claire Smitham, and I'm a solo practitioner in Dallas, Texas. I also lead a faith-based legal aid organization that provides free legal advice to low-income Texans. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on ABA Model Rule 8.4G. I oppose the referral of this rule because it is ambiguous and overly broad. Half of my practice is dedicated to pro bono work. This work includes advising faith-based organizations I also sit on the board of a local faith-based nonprofit. This rule may affect me in 3 ways. First, this rule may limit my ability to serve on the board of my faith-based nonprofit because I may be engaged in conduct related to the practice of law when I advise on their legal policies. If I draft a policy that is consistent with their religious position on sexual practices, could that be construed as conduct related to the practice of law that is discriminatory? Would I be disciplined for advising the organization? The rule is unclear. Secondly, this rule may limit my ability to speak publicly on sensitive social issues. If I speak against amending a non-discrimination law on sexuality at a legislative hearing, would I be subject to disciplinary action? The rule is unclear. And finally, this rule may limit my ability to join and participate in social, political, and religious organizations. I am a member of a church that chooses its leaders according to its religious beliefs. Would I be subjected to discipline if the church only hires employees that believe marriage is between one man and one woman? The rule is unclear. As a woman of faith, I believe all people are created equally and deserving of respect. I'm against all discrimination, but as written, this rule is dangerously unclear. It exposes attorneys to censure and disciplinary action. It goes beyond the scope of existing non-discrimination laws. It chills free speech, and it would prevent me from serving organizations that I believe in. For these reasons, I strongly oppose the referral of ABA Rule, Model Rule 8.4G. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smitham, for your time and for your comments today. Hal Mormon, are you with us? Mr. Hal Mormon?
I am. Can you hear me?
The floor is yours, sir.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate all the time that the bar directors spend on this, and I oppose the adoption of this rule. Don't let the Texas Bar become the American Bar Association. This great bar association should not become part of the cancel culture, a culture that discriminates against others under the guise of non-discrimination. Don't let our disciplinary committees become the speech police. Any speech that would oppose the point of view advocated by this rule would create a violation of it, causing lawyers to be subject to sanctions. This isn't a rule against discrimination. It's a rule in favor of speech that some want to hear. As many have already said, it's probably unconstitutional, it stifles speech, it's wrong. It's aimed at anyone who has a different opinion than certain people about lots of different issues covered by the rule. Conduct related to the practice of law is broad. That could be almost anything. As someone has already said, if you're in a group of lawyers and you talk about something in the Bible, maybe you've violated that rule. Ask yourself, read the Bible and see if you think it violates the rule. Lawyers are believers in freedom, obviously under certain rules, but this rule goes way, way too broad. Please don't do this. It's wrong. It's harmful to people of faith, and we're better than this. Thank you. I'm finished.
Thank you, Mr. Mormon, for your time and your comments today. Chris Kirby, the floor is yours. Oh, pardon me. I guess it's not yours yet. Are you with us? Apologies. Chris Kirby? If you are with us and you are muted, you might unmute yourself if you don't mind. You are with us.
Thank you. Yes, I am with you. I'm trying to manage audio. Can you hear me now? Thank you.
We can. No problem. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you so much. And I will echo, Mr. Jen, the sentiments of others and just saying thank you so much to you and the rest of the board for taking these comments. I do want to say that as a 30-year attorney, I run a company that's heavily involved nationally in diversity and inclusion issues. And they are critically important to us, and they're critically important to our clients and every person that should be on this call. I'm sure we all agree that bringing people together and trying to figure out how to build relationships across every divide is critically important to all of us. And in that spirit, I am also a huge advocate for free speech. for the ability to voice whatever opinions you have, even if they're ones with which I disagree, because only in the ability to speak into those things are we able to change the beliefs that are behind them. And my concern with 8.4G is precisely that. It stifles speech, it stifles interaction, it stifles communication, it stifles dialogue, it stifles our ability to be the advocates that we want to be, not only for our clients, but also for those positions which we hold dear. I've heard a number of people over the course of this conversation talking about their religious beliefs, and many of those are expressed as Christian beliefs, which I share, deeply share. But I'm also greatly concerned about the stifling effect that this would have upon beliefs that are not my own, that are very different from my own. And I'm afraid that what happens is we get a situation where what's good for the goose is good for the gander. The stifling of the speech of those that have been speaking today in this season in our lives will be that of others in another season. And what will we do then? Relationships are what's going to fix the situation that we face in the Texas bar right now, not rules. Relationships will do that. And I, too, am troubled by some of the things that we've seen and heard. But I think in the midst of all of it, we need to recognize that this rule is not going to help. This rule is going to get in the way of what we're trying to accomplish. And what we've done instead is we've had one of those moments with yet another cliche. We've thrown the baby out with the bathwater. We're so concerned about the current events that have brought us together around this, and the comments and tweets and Facebook posts that have caused so much challenge, that rather than talk about it, we want to institute a law that somehow criminalizes that behavior for those of us who practice law. I'm deeply disturbed by anything that is going to get in the way of our ability to be the people that we are in the profession that we've chosen. And for that reason, 8.4G is a troubling rule for me. In addition, as so many people have spoken already, we've seen it's clearly an unconstitutional rule. It's overbroad, it's vague, it's not something that we ought to be bringing anywhere further than it has been. The comment was made in the last meeting to bring it up. I appreciate that comment, and now it's time for us to move on and let it lie where it is. In the 2 states that have adopted it, the 23 that have rejected it, let's add Texas to that list. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time and your thoughts. Mr. Eric Dick, are you with us, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, the floor is yours.
Sure. Okay. So thank y'all, directors. I'm actually elected here in Harris County. I'm a trustee. I'm also a lawyer. Welcome to elected office. That's kind of the beauty of it, is you get to hear a lot of people's different opinions. And that is the chore and the public service part of being elected. I'm going to speak about the issue with the bar president, Larry McDougall. I think it's an interesting issue. The way I see it is either whether he's racist or not, you got an issue there on the censorship, mainly the time frame to censure. My whole kind of thinking about this is, if you're going to censure someone, you should at least do it. You should have the decency to censure somebody from the moment they took office to, the date of censorship. I think you run into a lot of issues censoring someone for actions they done before they got elected. I think you just have a lot of problems with that. So if I was on this board, that's what I think about. That'd be my logic. Also, I just ask that y'all make reasonable decisions, whatever decisions y'all make, and you make them make sense. What we don't want to have happen is a bar doing crazy things. We have a legislature that's not super attuned to lawyers. And what we don't want to do is give more fuel to the fire to get rid of the bar. I actually like the bar. Would also encourage y'all, maybe this is a good reason to open up the bar elections. If you don't like Larry McDougall, we only had, the voting lawyers only had a choice between, heads or tails. Heads, what won was Larry McDougall. Why don't we open it up? Why don't we let more people run for bar president, the same as the other positions? And if we don't like Larry, we think he made statements that he shouldn't have made, maybe it would have been nice if we had more options. I'm not jealous of y'all's position in making these decisions, but that is elected office. That's what y'all signed up for. And I ask whatever your end result be, whether if you're going to censure them or not, make it make sense. And please, if you are going to censure them, try to censure him for something he did from the moment he was sworn in to the current date of censure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dick, for your time and for your comments. Reed Smith, are you with us?
I am.
All right, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you. And I just want to join the numerous voices who are speaking in opposition of the referral of Rule 8.4G. I think the people ahead of me have done a very good job of explaining the problems with it. But I want to address a slightly different issue. The possibility that someone may be thinking, oh, well, we can pass it as a meaningless gesture and we'll, or as a token gesture and it won't hurt anybody. One of my former clients represented a battered women's shelter. And one night that battered women's shelter, whose clients were battered women who were escaping abusive relationships, turned away a man who identified as a woman who had actually just been kicked out of another shelter for starting a drunken fight. After they turned that person away, the city sued them for violating the city's non-discrimination policy. When my client agreed to represent them and indicated in pleadings that their position was that they wouldn't accept anybody who was born a man because of the problems that would create for the battered women who attended their shelter, the city sued him. Their entire basis for suing him was because of his representation of the shelter. And you can, I'm sure plenty of people will disagree with the shelter's position, but I hope that the attorneys on this, at this meeting would not disagree that that shelter deserved representation and that it was wrong for the city to go after a lawyer for representing them. In fact, that rule was found in a federal court to be unconstitutional when it was tried. But again, lawyers have a responsibility to speak up for the downtrodden and to speak out and to be informed in public debate. In fact, the majority of framers of the Constitution were lawyers. And so lawyers have a very important role in public policy. And so we need to be able to speak up on unpopular ideas, because the ideas that are unpopular today may not be popular or may become popular in 20 years after there's been debate. So again, this is a dangerous rule for the reasons that have been provided, and passage of it would not does not carry no risk. In fact, it carries significant risk. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, for your time and for your comments. For planning purposes, I wanted to let our directors know, who I know are watching diligently on their screens, and I appreciate their attention. We are going to take a 10-minute break after three more members of the public have spoken, and then we will resume hearing comments at that point. So everybody just hold on just for a few more minutes and we'll get you a break. Our next speaker is Russell Parrish. Mr. Parrish, are you with us? If you're with us and you're muted, you might be muted automatically. If you would unmute yourself. I think that you're with us.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Russell Parrish, and I'm a principal of the law firm of Parrish and Wright in Austin, where many of our clients are rural Texans who have regulatory issues here, and I speak for our entire law firm on this issue. Thanks to the bar in advance for allowing me to speak today on item 6. I'm speaking against the so-called ABA Model Rule 8.4G. The current rules are just fine as they are, nice and concise, and any motions to change them to restrict free expression are not justified by any current political anger. Candidly, the new proposal is only a model of left-wing political wokeness and PC virtue signaling, as has been shown here today. Some seem to have seized on the, quote, crisis moment we're having as an opportunity to push for lawyer speech codes. I believe y'all should not be taking up politicized, anti-Christian, anti-free speech restrictions on lawyers, and this item should be removed from consideration immediately. It's unconstitutional on its face. One reason, as some has already have alluded to, is it would make it a violation for Christian attorneys and other religious attorneys here in Texas to share their faith. The rule talks about, quote, gender identity, which is in reality something only God decides. Biblically, Mark 10, 6 through 9 clearly says, but at the beginning of creation, God made them male and female. Moreover, American justice was founded upon freedom of speech, especially religious speech. This rule would discriminate against that and be the opposite of what it purports to intend to be. While I'm certainly proud to be persecuted for the cause of Christ, it should not be an organization I am required to pay dues toward who's doing the persecution. It's not right. It's not what America's about, certainly not what Texas is about. It might even result in a lawyer like me not being able to take and speak up for certain clients per some reading of the rule, as some who have said here today. Frankly, every single lawyer of every religion or creed in Texas should be concerned with any effort to stifle our speech. We do not forfeit our constitutional rights by pursuing a legal career. So I strongly implore you to remove your anti-freedom, unconstitutional agenda item 6 and fully dismiss the misguided push here today toward Model Rule 8.4G. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Parrish, for your time and for your comments. Mr. Mark Brown, if you would please unmute yourself, and are you with us?
I am with you. Can you hear me?
We can. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Ginn. This is Mark Brown. I'm a lawyer in San Angelo. I participated in the July 27th, 2020 all-day hearings by Zoom, and I consider that a low point in the history of the State Bar of Texas. That was a special meeting. That wasn't a regular meeting of the board. And using Zoom, it's so easy for people to harangue for 3 minutes. It was a full day of forcing a member of the board to sit there and be shamed and humiliated because he had not done anything wrong as president, but because some people disagreed with him politically or ideologically. The self-righteous indignation that I heard on July 27th was completely out of proportion to any right to disagree with what Mr. McDougal has said as a lawyer practicing in Fort Bend County. The real wrongful behavior is the political and ideological action that the board allowed to take place that day. And I know it's a quandary. What do you do, especially with Zoom, when you can have 100 lawyers sign up to talk? And it's something that we're going to have to deal with. But a mandatory membership dues organization, as Keller versus California said in 1990, cannot be political and ideological. Note on the agenda how many times the board has to consult with their lawyers about Keller questions. This political and ideological problem pervades the agenda today. At the bottom, 9 and 11, a task force on diversity, equity, and inclusion, and a board work group to review public and member input on those issues. That's political and ideological. That is not qualifying people to be licensed as lawyers or disciplining lawyers when they need to be disciplined. That is way outside the prerogatives of the board, and you don't get to bootstrap by changing your mission statement, because that does nothing. The Texas Supreme Court defines what the bar can do. The 8.4 model rule, that is ideological and political, and many attorneys have very well and wisely spoken about that today. The social and political advocacy from the African American law section and 5 other law sections demanding a lot of changes, those are political and ideological and actually violate the board's policy manual, its own policy manual, which prohibits law sections from engaging in political or social advocacy.
Please finish your thought, sir.
The demand for CLE mandatorily on implicit bias. That's political and ideological. If we have any mandatory CLE, it should be on First Amendment protection of free speech, because a lot of people on July 27th seem to be very ignorant about that subject. Thank you.
Thank you for your time and for your comments. Ms. Amy Welton, are you with us? Ms. Welton, if you're with us, please unmute yourself.
Yes, sir, I'm with you. Thank you.
You bet. You've got the floor.
Thank you so much. I so appreciate the board of directors of the State Bar having this event and allowing all of us to exercise our right of free speech to discuss our position. As the representative of each one of us with our very different opinions, I'm very grateful that we live in a country where we are free to express our opinions. And I thank all the lawyers that are expressing their opinions in the comments on the YouTube and in these comments that are being presented. What an incredible country we live in, where we are free to say that without fear of any kind of recompense. I speak not to the issue with President McDougal. I speak only about the recommendation that ABA Model Rule 8.4 be adopted. And I have concerns that that is not a wise choice for lawyers who carry the beacon of liberty in our country, lawyers who helped write the documents that guide us, the Constitution, that each one of us has taken an oath to uphold, the Constitution of the United States and of Texas, both of which protect us that we can speak freely in the marketplace of ideas about the things that are important to us. I got the oath. I went and looked on the back of my framed license and looked at that oath just to remind myself, because I've always tried to make that a part of what I do, that I keep in mind what the founding things are. You know, being a lawyer is tough, and sometimes, boy, you're not happy with what the other side is saying, and you think what they are saying shouldn't be allowed. But I have learned many times in litigation that the other side has a point, and it's important for me to hear their ideas. In fact, our very system of justice, the rule of law, is set up so that we hear things that our side doesn't want to hear, so that we can all learn and be better. That concept, that idea, is an idea that gives value to what every person says. Every person, every human being, and what they say is important and has a purpose. In our Declaration of Independence, it says that we all have an unalienable right to liberty. I was very amazed when I was working on something and looked up liberty in the Black's Law Dictionary, and liberty includes liberty of conscience, that each person has the right to think the way they think. That is foundational. And I think that the issue with the model rule and all of the comments by the legal scholars and people—
Please finish your thought, ma'am.
Talk about the concerns about that. But I think our foundation in our country is lawyers helping people to speak of their conscience, and do not vote in a way that takes that away. Thank you so much for your time and your service. Good day.
Thank you, ma'am, for your time and for your comments. We are going to take a 10-minute break right now. We will come back. The time is 10:36 a.m. We will come back at 10:46 a.m. Lyndall Vargas, you will be our first public member that we will hear from at that time. We will see everyone in 10 minutes. Directors, do not shut your Zoom accounts off, please. Just mute yourselves if you're not already. Thank you. We'll see you in 10 minutes. All right, it is 10:46 and we are back. We are calling our meeting back to order. I want to say thank you to the members of the public that have spoken so far, and for members of the bar and the public that are watching that have not signed up to make comments. I know this is a busy time for everyone, and taking the time out of your days to be here, we are appreciative of that. We do want to hear what you have to say. We appreciate the comments that you've made about thank you for letting you make these comments. We do this before every meeting. And a lot of times we're in person, but I want you to know the board of directors and the bar staff want to hear what you have to say, and that's not going to stop or change. So just please be aware of that. We have another meeting coming up on September the 25th, so be aware of that. We're going to go to our next public member. Our next speaker is Lyndall Vargas. Are you with us?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. The floor is yours.
My name is Lyndall Vargas, and I practice in Dallas. Again, I'd like to thank you for the time that you're spending today to hear comments from bar members. I am here to make comments concerning Model Rule 8.4G. I encourage you to not adopt it, and frankly, not to even refer it on to committee. There are three main reasons for that. The first is that this proposed subsection seeks to regulate both verbal and physical conduct of lawyers outside of the practice of law, outside of our obligations to our clients, to the court, and to the bar. This term related to the practice of the law is too broad. If I provide my legal skills and knowledge in volunteering for an organization that supports the LGBT community, if I volunteer to support Planned Parenthood or a group that believes that abortion is murder, if I discuss, as people have mentioned, my religious beliefs at a bar association dinner, or I express beliefs in volunteering at Habitat for Humanity that concern my views on civil marriage versus biblical marriage. These are my freedoms of speech under the US and the state constitution. And the way this is written, the bar is attempting to regulate that and could potentially determine that somehow I have engaged in misconduct in my private life. Secondly, a number of attorneys have already addressed the fact that there are laws already on the books concerning sexual harassment and unlawful discrimination in many areas. Those apply to law firms and lawyers already. As Mr. Shutt pointed out, Rule 5.08 addresses them already. It is not for the bar here to impair an attorney's ability to practice law when they are engaged in conduct that is not considered unlawful, but is an exercise of their freedom of speech and both their religious or political views. The third reason that I strongly recommend that you do not proceed with this amendment is that this rule as proposed is extremely vague. And I believe that anyone could allege misconduct based upon—
Ms. Vargas, please finish your thought.
Based upon the fact that I am informed by my religious and political beliefs in everything I do. I do discriminate as to what I watch, what I participate in, and where I spend my time and money. The word discriminate is not a bad word. Unlawful discrimination definitely needs to be stopped, but this rule amendment goes way too far. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vargas, for your time and for your thoughts this morning. Mr. Brian Russell, are you with us?
This is Brian Russell. Can you hear me?
We can, and the floor is yours, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, bar directors, for holding this meeting. I'm speaking to you on behalf of the other lawyers who also have spoken in opposition to the referral of Rule 8.4G. This is an unneeded rule, as many others have stated, and to the extent that it could be somehow cured or modified to not be unconstitutional, it would be reduced to basically what Disciplinary Rule 5.08 already says. So I strongly urge that it not be referred to committee for further review. Just as a background on me, I'm a practicing lawyer in Austin. I have a small law firm, and I also sit on the board of multiple Christian policy advocacy groups and Christian pro-life groups and speech and debate clubs. And in those roles, many times they're related to my practice of law because I'm a lawyer on those boards or involved in those organizations. And this proposed rule is definitely chilling on the advice that I would render to those groups as an attorney in my advocacy in the legislature and in many other places. As other people have stated very eloquently, it's very overbroad and it provides no notice about what behavior, what words would be deemed to constitute harassment or otherwise would subject a lawyer to disciplinary action. And I just want to point out, too, that think about where we've come from. It was only 5 years ago that the Bergefell decision was made by the U.S. Supreme Court 5-4. It was just this year that the Bostock decision was made by the U.S. Supreme Court 6-3. This proposed model rule would target the views held by 4 or 3 members of the U.S. Supreme Court in dissent in those 2 cases and view them as being, putting those lawyers, in this case U.S. Supreme Court justices, subject to discipline for having the views that they espoused in the dissents in those 2 cases. And I think I think that's a very dangerous precedent, and it's something that we should definitely reject immediately as lawyers. And for that reason, I urge you not to refer Rule 8.4G to the committee for further study. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir, for your comments and for your time and speaking with us today. Steve Campos, are you on the call? It looks like it, Mr. Nope, that's Mr. Mull. Mr. Campos, are you with us? There you are. If you would unmute yourself, Steve.
Okay, I've unmuted.
Your floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all for allowing this debate and taking these comments from the public. As the previous attorney, I am a general practice lawyer in Austin as well. I mostly do family law and general civil law and probate and that kind of stuff. But this concerns many of my friends, lawyer friends, and I, the adoption of Rule 8.4G or even the referral of it because of what you've already heard and how this can affect freedom of speech and of religion and how that can be limited by a number of ways. And we've seen this kind of provision in other states, in other contexts, result in the punishment of competing ideas where use of similar language has been used as a battering ram to quell any dissent or debate to a particular idea. For example, we saw the targeting of Christian bakers and photographers being forced to choose between A, violating their genuinely held religious beliefs of what is moral and be forced to participate in a gay wedding, or B, refuse to participate and be sanctioned, sometimes with extraordinarily large fines. So how can this rule be applied to lawyers to affect us in the same way? Well, say a lawyer advocated against a transgendered biological male who's wanting to participate in female sports. In Texas, we saw that recently. A transgendered person who's a biological male went undefeated against all his female wrestling competitors for 2 years. And he or she, the biological male, won the girls' state wrestling championship 2 years in a row. We witnessed that similar kind of thing in a state girls track state meet, where 2 biological males took first and second place in various track events and in the state finals against female competitors. So if I were to be against that as an advocate, it appears that there are a number of scenarios where this proposed rule could be interpreted to prevent us from being able to advocate a position contrary to that. And that is that is just one example of many. If you look at, it's not just against transgender, it's against people from other countries, certainly other on discrimination of sexual identity, and well, I won't go into the details of it, but what I'm concerned is the state bar is attempting, if we add this, it's attempting to solve a problem that really
Mr. Campos, please finish your thought.
Shouldn't be resolved in this context. We have these other rules, as has been stated, and I think that this is only going to create more litigation, constitutional challenges, and we don't need to be involved in adding this to our rules in a way that doesn't really solve any problems that aren't already solved through other.
Mr. Campos, please finish your thought.
And I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the time and for your comments. Natalie Butler, are you with us, Ms. Butler?
Yes, thank you.
Perfect. You have the floor, ma'am.
I'm Natalie Butler. I appreciate the opportunity to comment today, and thank you so much for your time and extending this meeting to allow us to comment. I would ask you to reject referral of the ABA Model Rule 8.4G to the committee for further consideration and to consider adopting in the Texas rules. I echo the comments made by other lawyers that this rule would have a chilling effect on the speech and conduct of attorneys. This rule would violate an attorney's free speech, free association, and free exercise rights. The National Lawyers Association agrees with this position. Significantly, the attorneys general of 4 states, Texas, South Carolina, Louisiana, and Tennessee, have issued official opinions that this model rule is unconstitutionally vague and overbroad and violates the free speech, free exercise, and free association rights of attorneys. Specifically, as many other attorneys have mentioned, the terms harassment and discrimination and related to the practice of law are unconstitutionally vague and could be used as weapons against opinions or beliefs of lawyers that other lawyers do not like or disagree with. In this extremely divisive time, it is incumbent on the Texas Bar Board of Directors to resist these calls to restrict speech or penalize certain types of speech. The bar should be champions of diverse opinions and of freedom of speech, even speech we disagree with. It is concerning that the comments to the model rule even goes so far as to potentially include, quote, derogatory or demeaning verbal or physical conduct, close quote. This is extremely broad and could encompass literally any type of speech or conduct that could be considered offensive. It is important to emphasize that speech does not lose its constitutional protections just because it is harmful, upsetting, misguided, or offensive. Additionally, as other attorneys have mentioned, the rule, the phrase related to the practice of law is extremely broad, and as noted in comment 4, participating in bar association, business, or social activities in connection with the practice of law could be encompassed under this rule, and that is extremely broad and vague and could be concerning. And as many lawyers have already mentioned, it could, could it encompass a CLE? Could it encompass teaching a Sunday school class at your local church? It's just very, very broad and overly vague, and I would just ask the Board of Directors to reject consideration or adoption of this model rule into the Texas rules. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am, for your time and for your comments. Ms. Donna Davidson, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you so much.
You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you. I would first like to say thank you to everyone for being here this morning. I would also say that I echo many of the sentiments already discussed regarding Rule 8.4G. But I'd like to come at it from a little bit of a different angle. You are acting as a legislative body, essentially. I, as a former chair of the legislative and campaign law section of the state bar, am more around legislative and rulemaking bodies than most. Generally speaking, The conservative, not necessarily Republican as opposed to something else, but the conservative viewpoint is if nothing is wrong, if nothing is broken, you don't add to try to fix something that's not wrong. As has also been are already in place. I'm a former candidate for judicial office. There are judicial canons to assist in helping people also understand who are running for office what they can and cannot say, what speech they may engage in to a limited extent in order not to show any kind of bias or predisposition to ruling a certain way. So given that all of that already exists, one of my mantras is if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I don't think there's really any need to refer 8.4G anywhere further. I am not a member of the American Bar Association for a multitude of reasons, but one is that they do not represent my views. I do not have the same choice with the State Bar of Texas. I am a proud member of the State Bar of Texas. I'm also a proud native Texan. I also believe that we should lead the way. Texas does not have to follow anyone else in adopting or referring this rule. I think it should just die on the table, not be referred to any committee, no further action be taken. And in the interest of diversity, I am a proud daughter of Ignacio Garcia Jr. and Josefina Garcia. I wholeheartedly endorse having people see me as Donna Davidson, not as a Hispanic, older, as you can tell by my gray hair, female. But I understand that diversity exists and needs to be embraced. And as a Christ follower, I do both. So if you would please focus on diversity and not chilling speech. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Davidson, for your comments and for your time this morning. Stephen Mull, are you with us?
Yes, I sure am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to, as others have, thank the members of the Board of Directors for allowing me to speak this morning. I'm Stephen Mull, a lawyer in Houston, Texas, where I've practiced and been a member of the Texas Bar for the last 30 years. I'm also the president of the Houston chapter of the Christian Legal Society. I am opposed to fast tracking and adopting proposed ABA Rule 8.4G. I don't believe at all for this to be a liberal or a conservative issue or a faith versus anti-faith issue, but rather one that's clearly focused on the right of free speech. I believe the rule to be unconstitutional on its face. Moreover, the proposed rule threatens the individual liberty of Texas lawyers and is both unconstitutionally vague and overbroad. In fact, as has been pointed out by others during this meeting, the rule is broad enough to extend beyond judicial proceedings to include participation in CLE panel discussions, scholarly writing, and even informal conversations at law-related events. And so the rule, in my view, effectively suppresses the very type of open discussion we should be encouraging and violates our most fundamental constitutional rights while it's doing so. South Texas professor Josh Blackman has urged states to pause before adopting this rule in light of its First Amendment implications. The late Professor Ronald Rotunda, a highly respected scholar in both constitutional law and legal ethics, warns that this ABA Model Rule 8.4G threatens lawyers' First Amendment's rights. Rotunda and other constitutional scholars have advised that the ABA's efforts in adopting this rule raises problems of vagueness and overbreadth, and as just recently been mentioned, has very much a chilling effect on protected speech under the First Amendment. These are very serious matters. The rule could also restrict an attorney's free exercise of religion by disabling an attorney from freely participating in religious organizations that hold biblical viewpoints. It also could restrict an attorney's freedom to associate with political social or religious legal organizations like the Christian Legal Society. The rule is also unconstitutionally vague because several phrases, including the phrase conduct related to the practice of law.
Please finish your thoughts, sir.
I will, thank you. Again, these are serious problems that cannot be overlooked or understated. And it's my understanding that 11 states have rejected this. I suggest that the State Bar of Texas wait to see how those 2 states enforce the rule. And I respectfully request that the State Bar either defer or reject proposed rule 8.4G. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your time and for your comments. Ms. Cecilia Wood, are you with us? Ms. Wood, if you are here, please make sure you're unmuted. And you are muted, Ms. Wood, so if you take yourself, there you are, perfect. The floor is yours.
All right. Good morning. My name is Cecilia Wood. I am an attorney practicing in Austin, Texas. I'm board certified in family law, and I've been practicing for almost 34 years. But I've also done lots of criminal law, and I've for many years was known in Austin as a homeless attorney. So I'm very familiar with unpopular causes that tend to get other people upset. But as my son reminded me not too long ago, America is not a place, it's an idea. And we here in Texas know that Texas is the loudest voice for that dream. So I find it unimaginable that a self-regulating group of professionals who have sworn to uphold the constitutions of both the United States and the state of Texas, a group of professionals who is most equipped to effect peaceful change and to protect the most vulnerable citizens among us. A group of citizens, a group of professionals that is most capable of standing for what is righteous and defending against what is not. And a group of professionals who do all of this using only the weapons of the spoken and written word would willingly abdicate our constitutional rights and agree to be silenced. Now we know that since the bar is comprised of exclusively human beings, every member comes possessing their unique beliefs and their biases. And we learned all about this when we learned about voir dire. But in that situation, you have 2 hopefully competent and passionate attorneys who are looking out for the best interest of their clients. And as a result, you get a group of people who are generally well balanced and able to bring the best neutrality to making these important decisions for these people. But who will make these decisions about us? Who's going to decide which of us needs to be silenced? And if not, which of us needs to be sanctioned or even disbarred? We have to think about where would we be right now if the unpopular voices in history had been silenced? Take John Quincy Adams, for example. What if he had said, you know what? I've been the president. I've been doing this since I was a kid. I'm tired of people criticizing me. Nobody ever seems to like me when I walk in a room. I'm not popular. I'm going to go home and let it go. But he didn't. He went to the legislature, he went to Congress, and he advocated tirelessly and cleverly. They passed a rule and he got around it, and he never gave up on his mission of abolishing slavery. And as a result, we had a President Lincoln. We're concerned about public perception. I submit to you, there's always going to be a group that doesn't like some group of lawyers. But if we allow ourselves to be manipulated by political correctness and to hide behind that and to trade our freedoms for popularity, they are all going to think that we are nothing but fools and cowards. And
Ms. Wood, please finish your thought.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Jonathan Covey. Mr. Covey, are you with us?
Yes, sir. I'm here. Can you hear me?
All right. We can. Your time starts now.
Good morning, members of the board. Thank you for allowing me to speak. You have a very difficult job, and I very much appreciate what you do. My name is Jonathan Covey. I'm the Director of Policy at Texas Values. We're the largest organization in Texas that defends faith, family, and freedom. I do have a law degree, although I've not sought licensure in Texas as of yet. But I'm here to talk to you today about Model Rule 8.4G and urge you against the referral of it, because I know we're not adopting it yet, but I just want to take the opportunity to talk to you a little bit. It is a deeply flawed rule. And one of the big problems as others have said, is expanding coverage to include all conduct related to the practice of law. The proposed rule encompasses nearly everything that a lawyer does, including conduct and speech protected by the First Amendment. We already have Rule 5.08 of the Rules of Professional Conduct, which already deals with prohibited discriminatory activities. This model rule would regulate lawyers' interactions with anyone while engaged in conduct related to the practice of law, or in participating in business or social activities in connection with the practice of law. Lawyers are often asked to speak in various community groups about current legal issues from day to day, or to participate in panel discussions. If some of that public speaking falls outside of the line of conduct related to the practice of law, while other public speaking falls inside the line, how is a lawyer to know which is which? Also, attorneys could be subject to discipline for guidance they offer when serving on the boards of congregations, for example, religious schools, colleges, or other nonprofit charities. With the current language on sexual orientation and gender identity, the rule could also force Christian lawyers to conform to LGBTQ views in order to practice law. Many lawyers sit on the boards of their churches, on religious schools, on colleges, other religious nonprofits. As a volunteer on these religious institution boards, a lawyer they may not be representing a client, but nonetheless, they may be engaged in conduct which qualifies as being related to the practice of law. And a lawyer should not be disciplined for volunteer legal work that he or she performs for their church or for their alma mater. Attorney General Ken Paxton wrote an opinion back in 2016 on this that said that this model rule threatens individual liberty for Texas lawyers and is constitutionally vague and overbroad. Many people have said that. So I would urge you to follow the Attorney General's legal opinion. I would urge you against the referral of this model rule. And I really do thank you for everything you do and for your time.
Thank you, sir, and for your comments and for your time today. Brad, and I'm so sorry, is it Wewell? Are you with us, sir?
Can you hear me now?
I can, yes, sir. The floor is yours.
We well. All right, great, thanks. I appreciate it, Chairman. I'm Brad Wewell, former president of the Austin Lawyers Association. That was a little while ago. I'm a board certified estate planning and probate lawyer here in Austin. I'm a proud graduate of St. Mary's University School of Law. And at St. Mary's, back in my day, David Chamberlain would remember this too. We had a professor of civil procedure named Orville Walker. And Mr. Walker would love to say in the classroom, "Does that shock you, Mr. Wewell? Does that shock you?" And you have to step back and go, I don't know, am I really shocked about that or not, Professor? But I am shocked at this proposed rule. And I think many, many people are. You're hearing from many, many folks about this. I'm a practicing lawyer. I'm not an academic. I'm not with an organization. I practice law and I see clients all the time. And I don't know what this proposed rule is going to do to my practice, but I don't want to have to worry about what it's going to do to my practice or other practices that are estate planning practices or family practices or criminal practices where you're dealing with people on the street, people who are citizens, people who have different views on many, many things. And if one of my favorite quotes, and I think it's been part of the key to success in our practice, is the Lincoln quote that a lawyer should be known for the cases he or she doesn't take, as opposed to the cases that they do take. And I don't know if this rule would force me to take a case with a neo-Nazi who wants to leave their estate to a neo-Nazi organization that would discriminate against Jews, discriminate against Catholics, discriminate against gays. If they came into our office today, I could say, look, we don't want to take your case. We don't want to represent you. But under the terms of the rule, that strikes me as discrimination. And I think it is discrimination. But I think in this case, in my situation today, without this rule looming over my practice, I can say, look, we're just not a good fit for you. And go someplace else. And by the way, here's the list of some other lawyers you can go see. You can go to legal referral. You could probably find somebody to help you. We're not going to help you. We don't want to help you, but you're going to force me to help them. And you may not like it, and you may not have thought about it, but that's the ultimate answer here is I'm going to have to do it, and nobody's going to like the result except the neo-Nazi. So I'm just asking you to think this thing through. I know what's going on. I know about the president's comments. I know this is a reaction to that. And there are a lot of reactions going on out there right now. And don't overreact. Be smart. Think about the lawyers who are out here making a living, helping the citizens of Texas do their best. And please do not refer this on any further. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, and for your time and for your comments.
You bet.
Alan Tiller, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
We can. The floor is yours, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. My comments are to urge the board to refrain from any kind of censure on or other punishment of Mr. McDougall for his online comments in a non-official capacity regarding the Black Lives Matter movement. My points are these. There should be no political litmus tests for serving as an officer of this bar, or for that matter, for the right to practice as an attorney in this state. Although an officer of the bar can understandably be prohibited from representing that any particular view or opinion is the position of the Texas bar when it is not, there should be no attempt to restrict the free speech of a bar officer or otherwise, or to punish him for his political views. If the bar finds that something an officer has said is sufficiently offensive to remove the officer from his position, I am sure there are procedures for doing so. But so far, I have seen nothing that Mr. McDougall has written or said that comes close to justifying removal from office. The Black Lives Matter movement, it's frankly so amorphous, it can mean about anything to anyone that they want it to mean. But in any event, disagreement with the narrative of the movement is hardly limited to the fringes of the political spectrum, although undoubtedly someone would like to characterize it as such. The power to remove an officer should not be abused by using it to punish those who do not toe the line with any particular political opinion or narrative. An attempt to strip the bar president of his role as the principal spokesman for the bar is a very thinly veiled attempt to remove him from office while circumventing the procedures for doing so. And this circumvention should be seen for what it is and rejected. If the board wants to try to remove Mr. McDougall, then be forthright about it. But the board should also be forthright as to why they are attempting to remove him, essentially because he expressed an opinion that challenges the prevailing political orthodoxy. By the way, I define orthodoxy as a political view for which the authority of government and powerful institutions such as this bar is or might be used to suppress and punish those who hold inconsistent views. In sum, the proposal to effectively strip Mr. McDougall of his role as a spokesman of the bar is not merely an attempt to punish him for something he said that some members of the bar find offensive, but more dangerously to punish him for holding views that are not consistent with the prevailing political orthodoxy. There's a huge arena out there for discussing, arguing, advocating, and voting on the political issues of the day. And bar officers should not be prevented from privately participating in that arena, notwithstanding that their views may not comport with a particular political view. I know it's tempting and easy to conform to a prevailing orthodoxy, but your role as members of the board, as attorneys, and really as citizens of a free society is not to conform, but to resist efforts to suppress political dissent expressed in a private capacity. I hope that you choose to not take the easy road and that you resist this motion to censor effectively Mr. McDougall. Do not let this board of directors become a board of inquisition, identifying and punishing heretics. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thanks, sir, for your time and for your comments today. Jace Yarbrough, are you on the call? Jace Yarbrough, if you're with us, please unmute yourself. Okay, we will give you another opportunity, Mr. Yarbrough. Stephen Casey, are you on the call?
Hey, yes, sir, I am, Mr. Good.
It's your floor, sir.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time. Apologies for the lack of attorney attire today. I was anticipating this being further along on the agenda. I want to speak very practically and follow up, sort of like Mr. Weewell. I have a general practice. I've been licensed since 2008. I clerked at the Texas Supreme Court and then opened up a private practice. I've represented people from all walks of life, many unpopular. I represented a lot of people during the housing collapse that were foreclosure defendants with their house on the line. So I've taken a lot of unpopular viewpoints and come in front of courts representing people who were debtors. The lack of popularity in my clients has also gone across whenever there's been disputes between family members. I represented a couple that had I would say a non CIS, oriented sister, and they were involved in a lawsuit. She personally sued me. That was dismissed under 91A, but in her lawsuit and complaint, she alleged that I was disagreeing with her because of her sexual orientation. If Rule 8.4G were to pass, she could bring disciplinary actions against me. This type of disciplinary action would go in front of the state bar instead of a court, which would be able to throw it out on free speech grounds. I myself have practiced constitutional law in speech grounds, prevailed in the district court in Austin against the city of Austin when they attempted to silence the speech rights of some unpopular groups in the city of Austin. So I'm very familiar with the contours of free speech and religious speech. I think it's misguided to put this muzzle on the opportunity of attorneys in a very practical sense, following up on what Mr. Weevil said, when they're engaging in the daily practice of law against people who sometimes in the court are very unpopular. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. And I'll tell you, in COVID, attorney attire looks a lot different. So we appreciate you being here and for your time and for your comments. Jace Yarbrough, I understand that you're on the phone. So if you would hit star 67 to unmute yourself, we should be able to hear you. It's star 67, Mr. Yarbrough.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
We can. You have the floor, sir.
Great. Thank you very much. Good morning, members of the board. My name is Jace Yarbrough. I'm a 7th generation Texan, a recent graduate of Stanford Law School, and an attorney practicing in our great state. Thanks for allowing me to comment on Rule 8.4G. I oppose ABA Model Rule 8.4G and urge the board not to refer it to the DCAP committee. The rule should be rejected, as other commenters have mentioned, because it threatens the legitimate and meaningful role that lawyers often play as spokespersons and leaders in cultural movements. If ever adopted, this rule would chill the legitimate expression of disfavored viewpoints by members of the bar on a multitude of issues, some of them we aren't even aware of yet. ABA Model Rule 8.4G is sweeping in its jurisdictional claims over attorney speech, which it awkwardly terms verbal conduct. The model rule claims to regulate attorney speech during bar association, business, or social activities in connection with the practice of law, and it does so regarding 11 protected classifications that are central to some of the most sensitive topics of today, and will no doubt continue to be so in the future. As to the settings to which the rule would apply, consider December 2016 advisory opinion from the Texas Attorney General, which has already been referenced in these comments. Quote, given the broad nature of Rule 8.4G, a court could apply it to an attorney's participation in a continuing legal education panel discussion, authoring a law review article, or informal conversations at a bar association event, end quote. As to the speech content to which the rule would apply, I'll also quote the late Professor Ronald Rotunda, who was a highly respected scholar, both of con law and legal ethics. He mentioned that a quote, for example, blue lives matter and we should be more concerned about black on black crime, could be subject to discipline under Model Rule 8.4G. And in the same way, candid dialogues about illegal immigration, same-sex marriage.
You have 1 minute, sir.
Thank you. Who is eligible to participate in women's sports will likely involve discussions about national origin, sexual orientation, and gender identity, all protected topics under the proposed rule. Rule 8.4G should also be rejected because it's unconstitutional. It would infringe on attorneys' First Amendment rights of freedom of speech, of religion, of association, as multiple authorities have recognized, in addition to the Texas Attorney General. Another is Professor Eugene Bollock of UCLA School of Law. In conclusion, Rule 8.4G should be rejected. It should not be referred to the DCAP committee. And once again, I appreciate the board allowing me to come on and speak to this morning. Thank you.
Thanks, sir, for your comments and time. Mr. Marty Learight, are you on our call?
Yes.
All right, your time starts now, sir. You have the floor.
All right. I appreciate the board of directors very much providing this opportunity for everyone to speak. And I signed up to speak about the issue involving Larry McDougall. And I want to maybe provide some historical perspective for everyone. I don't know Larry personally. I only know him through posts and various lists that we have now on social media and the state bar. And I've appreciated things that he has shared. He has taught me. Also, he attended the Trial Lawyers College in Wyoming. And I know that people are carefully screened for that opportunity. When I attended the first class and second class and then the graduate program in 1994, 5, and 6 at the Trial Lawyers College, there were 50 lawyers that were selected to go through that special experience each year. And I know that he was carefully screened also. He is the subject of what I believe to be a high-tech lynching, and we've heard that term before. It seems like now with social media and this age, and I should back up a second. I'm a practicing lawyer in Fort Worth, Texas, and I've been practicing for nearly 40 years. But social media has changed our environment, it's changed our culture. And now I've noticed, I got on the internet back in about 1989 to 92, early on. We didn't have computers even in law school when I was in law school in the early 80s. But now people can comment, people can pile on, and people can engage in almost mob mentality and social contagion in publicly shaming someone and really kind of lynching them on social media for something that maybe they said years ago. We look back, we have all this stuff now in memory and storage, and we can look back at what people said. And I just want to say that if any person that's casting the first stone, as the Bible says, there's probably a couple of us here that believe in the Bible, any person casting the first stone should be a person without sin, a person who has not made statements in the last 5 years or the last 30 or 40 years. We're all sinners, including me. And I have learned and I have grown over the years. In the 1960s, I served 2 tours of combat, bloody combat in Vietnam and in Cambodia. And on May 1st of 1970, I was in Cambodia in an invasion for about 6 weeks. And students in America and Kent State and other places were rioting and protesting the war. I did not understand that. I did not have the big picture. I was an 18-year-old ground pounder soldier, a combat engineer fighting for my life and my buddy's life in Vietnam. And I couldn't understand why people were not supporting us. But now I have the perspective of history and time. And I look back and I understand it better now and why they were protesting. And I celebrate their First Amendment rights, just like everyone, including Larry McDougall. And I think we should all step back and take a longer look at this. And we can't judge everybody by past conduct. We must look at them as a whole person, and we must look at their good conduct as well. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Learight, for your time and for your comments and for your service in our military. Our next speaker is Wes Schlinker. Are you on our call?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, sir. The floor is yours, sir.
All right. I'm a transactional attorney practicing here out of my home in North Oak Cliff in Dallas, Texas. I am against referring the ABA Model Rule 8.4G to committee for review because I feel it's deeply flawed and it endangers the very thing we're pledged to promote, which is true diversity among Texas bar membership. Now, I need to tell you that at the request of an African-American friend, I attended a Black Lives rally, a Black Lives Prayer rally in front of the Dallas Police headquarters several weeks ago. So obviously, I do not believe that Black Lives Matter is a terrorist organization. Although I have to confess that when one of the speakers asked us to raise our right fist to the air while we were praying, I just couldn't do it. Instead, I I put both of my hands together over my head and clasped as we were praying. So maybe I wasn't quite all in with Black Lives Matter, but I live in a neighborhood. I moved here 30 years ago where more than 70% of the people are minority. I was moving here while white flight was taking most people like me in the opposite direction. 3 out of my 4 kids are graduating from DISD, Dallas Public School, where they promote diversity just by being there. And yet I'm a person of faith and conscience. And I'm concerned that my religious beliefs, which should be constitutionally protected, would be interpreted under this rule as harassment. And you might think, why? That's stretching it. I was watching the public comments that were scrolling underneath the YouTube stream. And while another speaker who shares my views, who identified himself as a person of faith and conscience, was speaking, one of the people commented publicly, he said, "Don't hide your bigotry behind your faith," identifying himself publicly as Kalo Carter. And another rolling comment came through, "You cannot use religion as a cover for your racism, bigotry, and misogyny." That came publicly from Elliot McCrae. And then "Stop quoting the Bible in a bar meeting, separation of church and state, sir." That came from Megan Becker on the scrolling comments underneath the YouTube stream. So I think that it's evident there's the assumption among many that my faith is synonymous with bigotry.
Please finish your thoughts, sir.
But I may not express it on a public forum, or else it will violate the Constitution. I obviously don't agree with that, but I think that you can see why I am against this ABA Model 8.4G, because I feel it is deeply flawed and it endangers the very thing we're pledged to promote, which is true diversity among the Texas bar membership. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your time and for your comments. For planning purposes, we have 4 more speakers, and then we will take a lunch break, directors. We'll talk about the times in that, and then after that, we'll move to the next portion of the agenda, which I anticipate will be our closed session. But just for planning purposes, we have 4 more directors, and then we'll move, 4 more speakers, and then we will move into closed session after our lunch break. With that, Michael Geller, are you with us? If you are, please unmute yourself.
I'm here.
Yes, sir. Fantastic. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to address the board. Michael Geller, I practice law in Dallas. And I'm disappointed the board is even continuing this discussion. The whole exercise apparently due to Mr. McDougall's failure to appreciate the value of Black Lives Matter. This summer, the values of Black Lives Matter has been on full display. My father survived Auschwitz, and I know brown shirts when I see them, even when they don't wear brown shirts. And I'm not confused by the brown shirts in the streets, regardless of whatever altruistic value they use as cover. Diners in Pittsburgh and Washington can't eat in peace unless they raise a fist or bow down on the ground in the face of BLM-clad agitators. On July 11th, state bar leaders issued a statement denouncing Mr. McDougall's comments. But where is the state bar leader's statement condemning the violence undertaken in the name of Black Lives Matter? Be careful of the company you keep. The board is affiliating my bar with a movement clearly associated with violence and conduct that is contrary to what the bar stands for. Adjudication of grievances through orderly legislation or through orderly courts, not anarchy in the streets. Is this bar board seriously entertaining the notion of dictating what Larry McDougall or any bar president has to believe or say to be elected to office or stay in office? And if he or she does not agree with the mantra of the day, propose to limit the powers of the president unless they wise up. I wonder, are you going to put that to a vote of the entire board membership, bar membership? And what vetting is proposed to make sure the most correct or coolest or with a person gets on the ballot? Just exactly how far do you propose to go back? You can save us all the trouble and take a page from the Academy Awards and develop a list of values and statements and principles to which any bar president candidate must swear allegiance. And does this bar really intend to require Mr. McDougall to, quote, attend and most importantly, participate in an undoing racism course to understand the ramification of his comment and the systemic racism and implicit biases that exist in his life and the lives of others, unquote. I don't even know what that means. And is the board seriously going to consider imposing 2 hours of implicit bias training as part of the 15 CLA hours requirement? Because I'm serving notice that I will never ever attend an Orwellian indoctrination course as a licensing requirement. If you propose to get between me and my license to practice law, you can expect a fight. I'm looking to the board to administer the bar above the political fray, and I'm looking to the board to decline the pending motions. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, and for your time, sir. Mr. Moore, Joel Moore, are you with us? If you are, please unmute yourself.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
I sure can. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, sir. I anticipated that many comments today on agenda item 6F would be about the impact of proposed ABA Rule 8.4G upon attorneys. But I'd like to focus my comments on the impact it would have on thousands of incorporated and unincorporated nonprofit organizations across the state of Texas, directly or indirectly representing millions of Texans. 8.4G would subject attorneys to discipline for discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation or gender identity related to the practice of law, very broadly described in the comments. Most churches and Christian nonprofit organizations in the state of Texas hold beliefs based upon the Bible and thousands of years of history of the Christian church and thousands of years of Jewish history before that, and believe that to adopt a sexual ethic or gender ethic contrary to God's design and his revelation in the Bible is to disobey their creator and their Lord and Savior. I know of no churches or Christian organizations in Texas that desire harm for people who adopt a sexual or gender ethic contrary to God's boundaries. To the contrary, Christians understand that God is love, and the clearest expression of God's love was to send his son to die on the cross to take the punishment we deserve. Christians understand that they themselves are sinners in need of God's forgiveness. And the goal of identifying sin as sin is not to bring harm to people, but to bring love to people by introducing them to an opportunity to repent of their various sins and to enter into a personal belief and relationship with Jesus Christ. If 8.4G were already adopted, perhaps I could be subject to discipline for saying what I just said here in this forum related to the practice of law. Yet that kind of advocacy may be what is needed for an attorney to give effective assistance of counsel as a zealous advocate for the thousands of Christian groups across the state of Texas who wish to defend the principles that many Christians have died a martyr's death to defend. How could the bar expect an attorney to be a zealous advocate when the content of their advocacy could be grounds for discipline? Christian organizations across the state of Texas will find law firm doors closed in their face as they are left to fend for themselves without legal counsel bold enough to risk discipline for their advocacy. 8.4G would certainly violate the constitutional rights of attorneys, but beyond that, it would also violate the principles of our profession related to increasing rather than decreasing access to legal services, thereby also burdening the First Amendment rights of all Christians through the back door. And thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, sir, for your comments and for your time. Justin Hodge, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
All right. Thank you, sir. You have the floor.
Chairman, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. And for the board of directors, thank you for your patience. I know it's been a long morning. We really sincerely appreciate you giving everyone an opportunity to speak. As a matter of introduction, I'm a partner with Mars, Ellis, and Hodge here in Houston, Texas. I'm a trial lawyer that defends against governments taking of private property across the state, and I protect property owners' rights of just compensation under the Fifth Amendment and Article 1, Section 17 of the Texas Constitution. I often get to select juries across the state and cross-examine adverse witnesses to protect property owners' rights. And I've been practicing law in the state of Texas for over 18 years, and I have served for the past 3 years as an adjunct law professor teaching constitutional law and eminent domain. First, I'd like to address Rule 8.4G and the proposed referral. As a trial lawyer, I have some serious concern about that. The main reason I have concern about that is I agree with our current Rule 5.08. I think it very clearly states that we should not have bias or prejudice against race, color, national origin, religion, disability, age, sex, or sexual orientation. And I agree with Rule 5.08 and the tenets that it's described there. I also agree with the exceptions that are very clear in Rule 5.08 that, for example, allow us in jury selection during voir dire to question people to find out what are their bias, what are their prejudice. And I think that's very, very important, especially in our practice of constitutional law and defending property owners' rights. We must find out what biased and prejudiced potential jurors have. As written, Rule 8.4G is ambiguous, it's vague, it's overly broad and unclear, and it may likely be unconstitutional. I think we should continue to have a rule like Rule 5.08 that is narrowly tailored, it's concise, it's certain. It also allows us to have exceptions that root out bias and prejudice. As an adjunct law professor, I also would like to express concern because there are cases, for example, the 1992 Texas Supreme Court called Religious of Sacred Heart, which involved the Duchesne Academy here in Houston, a Christian school, and the taking of the substitute facilities doctrine. It would be very hard to teach that class with the change to 8.4G. Also, First English Evangelical Lutheran Church versus the County of Los Angeles, a 1987 US Supreme Court case that involved regulatory use limitations on a Christian camp. We would not be able to teach that case as written by the United States Supreme Court if 8.4G were adopted. Finally, and I say this with all sincerity and I hope it's well received, tabling everything I just said in accomplishments as a profession, simply as an individual, I would just ask you to think about our free speech rights under 8.4G, to love our neighbors as we love ourselves, one of the greatest commandments, to really care about those who aren't like us, who may be different from us, and provide love to them. That's very, very important to Christians and as a part of our faith. So with that, thank you very much again for your patience. Hope everybody enjoys their lunch, and thank you for the opportunity today.
Thank you, Mr. Hodge, for your time and your comments. Mary Castle, are you with us? If you are, you can unmute yourself. If you're on the phone, please hit star 67. I'm trying to find you on our video.
Hello, good morning. My name is Mary Castle, and I'm the policy advisor at Texas Values, and also have a history of working at religious nonprofits. I am speaking in opposition to Rule 8.4G, and for the following reasons. The first is that since this rule has been promulgated by the ABA, the United States Supreme Court has issued two major free speech decisions that seriously call into question its constitutionality. The first is National Institute of Family and Life Advocates versus Becerra, and there the court ruled that state restrictions on professional speech are presumptively unconstitutional and subject to strict scrutiny because they are content-based restrictions on speech. The second case is Mattel v. Tan, and the federal law prohibits trademarks for disparaging speech. And this speaks to the fact that you cannot simply prohibit speech just because it's disparaging or offensive. The second reason why this rule should not be adopted is the fact that it creates a threat to free speech that is compounded by its use of a negligence standard rather than a knowledge requirement. And while this may not be a perfect example, it reminds me of a time when I was president of the Federalist Society in law school, and I was notified 3 days before a public event that it had to be canceled. And this event was held just recently after the U.S. Supreme Court decision on Obergefell. And so the event was going to discuss Supreme Court decisions. And because that was a conservative organization, I was notified that my event might have to be canceled. Having such a rule that, requires a negligent standard instead of a knowledge requirement does not really give a fair analysis of whether or not your free speech rights can be upheld. And lastly, this rule should not be adopted because 14 states have rejected and abandoned efforts to adopt an ABA model rule, while only 2 states Vermont, and New Mexico have adopted it in full, as so many states have decided not to adopt this rule and have found it controversial or have found it to not be representative of free speech rights, which is something that lawyers should stand for, then it might not be a good idea for Texas, which is a large state with many lawyers, to adopt this rule. If I have more time, I would just like to remind the board that, you know, it's very important for us to have debate on both sides of the issues, and adopting this rule would not be fair, and it would not be very conducive of an environment where people can have different discussions on different views. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Castle, thank you for your comments and for your time and for speaking to our board this morning. With that, I am not aware of any other members of the public or the bar that wish to speak on this issue, or at least that signed up by our deadline of 5 p.m. yesterday. At this point, in just a few moments, we're going to take a lunch break. Let me just give some housekeeping comments for our board. If you're following along in our agenda, we've now moved to item number 6, which is report from the chair of the board. On that, number A was to consider the approval of the minutes from the July 27th meeting. Director Fisher had commented to us yesterday that we had inadvertently left off 2 friendly amendments that he had made, one that was accepted and one that was not. So what we are going to do, we're going to go back and look at those minutes, make sure everything is correct, and then have that ready for your approval at the September 25th board meeting, along with these minutes in 2 weeks at the September 25th board meeting. So we're not going to move forward on that action item. When we come back from lunch, we are going to open in open session very briefly and move into closed session. So we will essentially begin the next portion of our meeting in closed session. Members of the public and attorneys that are watching this online understand that we will be in closed session for some time. The link will be live, but you won't see any of our faces on it or hear us until we come back from closed session. Directors, during open and closed session, the format that I'm going to ask you to follow in order to speak, because again, we're doing this virtually, we don't have the benefit of the microphone in front of us, to use the raise your hand feature on Zoom. That's how we're going to do this. And so to prevent chaos from erupting, to be acknowledged to have the floor, I need you to raise your hand on that feature. I will have a list in front of me on the iPad that will show what the order is, and I will call on you. The rules for that will be the same as that we had at the last meeting. And those are this. I'm not going to institute a time limit on your comments unless it becomes abusive in nature, both in the duration of your comments and if it becomes abusive in the type of comment that you're making, all right? The other limitation that I ask is that if you speak on an issue, that you allow everyone else to speak on that issue before you then come back and speak again, all right? I think those are going to be the rules that we follow today, and I hope you find them to be fair. So we will use those both in closed and in open session. If you have issues finding where the raise your hand function is on Zoom, you all should have my cell phone number. Call me at this lunch break, and we'll make sure we get you taken care of. With that, I believe it is 11:49. Let's call it 11:50. We will come back in 15 minutes. Let's make it 20 minutes just so it's easy. We'll call it 12:10. We will come back at 12:10 to restart our meeting, and we will see you all then at 12:10. Please don't turn off your computers. Just mute yourself and hide your video screens. Thank you very much. It is 12:10, and we are calling our meeting back in order. We are in open session. The State Bar Board of Directors will now recess the open meeting and reconvene in closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071 to seek advice of Board Counsel regarding Board Counsel's analysis of Director Dawson's July 27, 2020 motion regarding the spokesperson duties of the State Bar President and a revised motion sent to Board Counsel by Dawson, continued discussion regarding options available to the Board, and Keller analysis of action items requested of the State Bar President by the African American Lawyers Section AALS on July 13, 2020, and Section 551.074 to deliberate regarding personnel matters. At this time, we are going to have a 5-minute recess for our moderators, Chelsea and Jennifer, to put all members of the 2021 board, including section representatives and board liaisons, into a breakout room for the closed session. All other individuals, including non-essential staff and other guests, will remain watching the broadcast. For our public's knowledge, we are going to put when we anticipate we're 5 or 10 minutes away from coming back on, we will put a screen up notifying you of that so you'll have an understanding. We don't know how long we'll be in closed session, but we will try to give you a 5 to 10 minute warning on our broadcast. Once we go into closed session, we'll continue with our communications. So with that, we'll take a 5-minute break just to get us all into closed sessions. Directors, you should not have to do anything. Please stay on.
right now.
All right, can everyone hear me now? Okay, it is 3:18 p.m. and the open session of the Board of Directors meeting will now reconvene. During the closed session, only matters regarding Board Counsel's analysis of Director Dawson's July 27, 2020 tabled motion regarding the spokesperson duties of the State Bar President and a revised motion sent to Board Counsel by Dawson, continued discussion regarding options available to the Board, and Keller analysis of action items requested of the State Bar President by the African American Lawyer Section on July 13, 2020, and Section 55.1.074 to deliberate regarding personnel matters, as well as our legal counsel update on the McDonald case were discussed. No action was taken in closed session. So now we're going to move to item number F. If you are a member of the public or a member of the bar and you've been watching this afternoon, I want to say thank you for your time. We've been working diligently. We took one short 5-minute break, but we've been in active discussion since. And so I want to thank you for your patience with us as we move forward on this. I will turn it over to Director Dawson for his comments regarding his motion before we move forward. Director Dawson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think everyone knows, or those that have been following this unfortunate saga, that I do not believe that President McDougal should be the spokesperson for the bar. He has exercised extraordinarily bad judgment on several occasions, and in some cases showed no judgment whatsoever. And I think that from what we have heard today in part, and what we heard from the people who appeared before us on July 27th, he has lost credibility with a significant section of the bar, and another reason why I do not believe that he should be the spokesperson for the bar. Ideally, he would agree and would agree not to be the spokesperson, but he has not so agreed. And so I brought the motion that I presented to the board on July 27th to take away his ability to serve as the spokesperson for the bar under the State Bar rules and under our policy manual. And I earnestly believe that is, I believed at the time that was a good thing for the bar. As you all will recall, there was a long discussion of that motion during the closed session. I was not present for most of that discussion. I had a summary judgment hearing that I had to attend. And so I rejoined the meeting shortly after the closed session completed. You all will remember that one of the things that came up was the question of whether my motion had been submitted to legal counsel in writing for them to analyze, and it had not at that point in time. I then modified the motion in a way that I thought was fair, to rather than taking away President McDougal's abilities to speak altogether, I changed it to say that any of his communications in his capacity as the president of the State Bar of Texas would have to be approved ahead of time. And I submitted that motion as requested by this board to legal counsel for consideration a few weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago. To me, I've always earnestly believed that the State Bar should have the authority to determine who is authorized and who is not authorized to speak on its behalf. It's hard for me to imagine that we do not have that authority. But as I have said, I am not a First Amendment lawyer. I don't do much, if any, of First Amendment work. Since this issue has come up, I have studied the First Amendment cases on this subject. I've read them, I've analyzed them. I am not giving legal counsel. That's not my job here. I'm a director and a director only. I'm aware that there's a Fifth Circuit case called Wilson versus Houston Community College, which holds that the board member of Houston Community College was protected by the First Amendment, and he could not be censured for his criticism of the Houston Community College, and that's a Fifth Circuit decision. There's also another Fifth Circuit case that says that an elected official, and it's arguable that President McDougal is an elected official, that if there's any impingement on an elected official's First Amendment rights, it's analyzed under a strict scrutiny standard, which is much more difficult to meet than the balancing test that is applied to governmental employees. Some people believe that my proposed motion would violate President McDougall's First Amendment rights. I have concluded, after much thinking and debating and kind of frankly sleepless nights, that bringing my motion would expose the State Bar and all of my directors to a retaliation lawsuit brought by President McDougall for violating his First Amendment rights under the Wilson case and under the case that uses the strict scrutiny standard. And I have also concluded that it is highly likely, given President McDougall's conduct, that he would bring such a claim. It would be rare for a State Bar president to sue his fellow directors, but I think that there's a substantial likelihood that if my motion passed, that such a claim would be brought. In addition, there are some directors who are concerned that this motion might impact the pending McDonald lawsuit against the State Bar. I have given all this a lot of thought and a lot of consideration and a lot of study. I have concluded that I owe a fiduciary duty to the State Bar of Texas, which means that I have to do what I think is best for the State Bar. And I have determined that the potential collateral damage that could result from this motion that I have presented might exceed the good that would come from it. And so with great reluctance, and I mean great reluctance, I move to withdraw both the motion that I made on July 27th and the first of the two motions that I submitted in writing for the board's consideration. I do have two motions to make, but before I get to that, I want to apologize. I want to apologize to our members, and I want to apologize to the public. First of all, I want you all to know that I didn't come to this decision until late yesterday afternoon. And I really wrangled with it. I kept trying to figure out a way to justify taking on this risk. And I ultimately couldn't come up with a convincing argument to myself that it was worth the risk that I would be putting the State Bar and my fellow directors in. And that's why, had I known earlier, I would have let people know. And people who have spoken today, I apologize that we took so much of your time, and now I'm making this motion to withdraw. This really is something I have been grappling with for weeks. But I also want to apologize to our members and to the public that we are in this situation. Upon reflection, President McDougall should never have been nominated for State Bar President. That's on us. That's on the Nominations and Election Committee that put forth his name, and it's on us as a board because we approved it. That was our error, and that's our mistake. And I can tell you that we will learn from that, and it's not a mistake that I think will ever be made again. But it's still a mistake that we made. It is also our mistake, in my judgment, that we don't have anything in our governing documents to address a situation like this. We don't have anything in our policy manual, or we haven't gone to the Supreme Court to ask for rules that allow us to discipline a recalcitrant director or officer. And that's on us. And so that I apologize that really, given the First Amendment issues and the potential for a retaliatory lawsuit, and given the limitations in our governing documents, our hands are tied. But a lot of that is our fault. And again, I do believe that we can and will make amends for the future, but that doesn't take away where we find ourselves now, where we have a disenchanted segment, a significant disenchanted segment of our bar. And you are right to be upset. You are right to be angry. You are right to be disappointed. And there's a myriad of other emotions that I'm probably missing. And I just want to give you my earnest apology that we are where we are today and that we cannot do more. I promise you if there was any way to do more, I would be advocating it. I promise you. But I haven't found that that path just yet. But I do have two motions that I would like to make. And Mr. Chairman, I don't know if you want to take them in tandem or you want to take them one at a time. You can.
Why don't just for simplicity's sake, Director Dawson, why don't we take them one at a time if you're okay with that?
I'm okay with that. I move that the Policy Manual Committee submit to this board a code of conduct to be followed by all officers and directors of the State Bar of Texas on a prospective basis, including potential consequences for violations of the code of conduct, and that this code of conduct be presented to this board for consideration when it's available, when that work is finished by the Policy Manual Committee.
Coming from the floor, it does require a second. Is there a second to Director Dawson's motion?
Second. Andy Almanzon.
I see Andy Almanzon's hand up. Director Almanzon seconds. Is there any discussion? And again, what we'll do on the discussion is I'll look to see your hand raised. Jason, I see your hand raised, but I don't think it was about this unless I've misunderstood. Am I correct in that assumption?
No, it is about this. I wanted to talk about his motion to withdraw his motion.
Well, right now we can do that, but he's made a second motion here that's had a second. So you can comment on that in just a moment, but he has withdrawn his motion. And so there's no action that's required beyond that to have the motion withdrawn. Do you have a comment about the motion though that he's just made and that was seconded?
I'm gonna refrain from commenting at this time.
Okay, and Jason, what I'll do is after this vote, I'll let you make a comment about the withdrawn motion. Is that okay? I'm assuming so, Jason. I didn't hear you. Okay. Mr. Schrammick, Director Schrammick.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. For those of you who know, I'm Adam Schrammick from Austin, one of the directors from the Austin area, and I'm also the chair of the policy subcommittee this year. Accordingly, this motion, implicates the committee and all of my committee members. We very much, or let me say, I very much support this effort. I think we need a strong code of conduct. I think we need very clear rules. I think it's going to be good for the state bar. At the same time, it raises some of the difficult, thorny issues we've been talking about, which is, how far can you really, how far can you go with a code of conduct? How much can you really, what are the boundaries there? It raises very important legal and constitutional issues. Accordingly, we don't want to be in a position of coming with a code of conduct that we later find out is unenforceable or we have to delay a meeting, et cetera. So what we want to do is have legal research done on the front end so that we know the boundaries of the policies that we can propose to this board. And the reason I'm bringing this up now is I'd like to make just a friendly amendment to Mr. Dawson's motion that says that the policy committee is authorized to obtain legal counsel in connection with its efforts.
Director Dawson, do you accept the friendly amendment?
I do.
And Mr. Director Almanzon, do you still maintain your second with the friendly amendment?
Yes, I do.
All right. Is there any further discussion on this motion? All right. Hearing none, we'll start with a general vote, and if it becomes nays, we'll go roll call. All those in favor of the motion as presented, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any nays?
Nay.
And
Nay.
I've heard two nays, and
There's more.
Okay. All right. Then I think we probably better do a roll call vote because I'm hearing two or three, but I'm not sure on the numbers. So let's do a roll call vote just for procedural, so there's no issue. I'll ask Executive Director Trey Apple to call a roll for the vote. So directors, please unmute yourselves and be prepared to respond by saying yay or nay. Once you've voted, please mute yourself so we can cut down on feedback.
Mr. Augusto.
Yay, yes.
Mr. Allison. Mr. Almanzon.
Yay, yes.
Mr. Baruch.
Yes.
Ms. Bim.
Yes.
Ms. Brooker.
Yes.
Mr. Calvillo.
Yes.
Mr. Luis Cardenas.
Yes.
Mr. Cook.
Yes.
Mr. Crain,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes.
Mr. Dawson,
Yes.
Mr. Docupil,
Yes.
Ms. Hernandez Ferrier,
Yes.
Ms. Marunda Firth,
Yes.
Mr. Fisher,
Abstain.
Mr. Flores,
Yes.
Ms. Forbes,
Yes.
Ms. Goldsberry,
No.
Mr. Gravely,
No.
Mr. Harris,
Yes.
Ms. Harrison,
Yes.
Ms. Humphrey, Mr. Hurst,
Yes.
Ms. Cortez Mattes,
Yes.
Mr. McDougall,
Say.
Ms. Cara Miller,
Yes.
Ms. Mount,
Yes.
Mr. Naylor,
Yes.
Ms. Rispoli,
Yes.
Ms. Rowe,
Yes.
Mr. Schrammick,
Yes.
Ms. Scott,
Yes.
Mr. Sergi,
Yes.
Mr. Sims,
Yes.
Mr. Jason Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Todd Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Sorrells,
Yes.
Ms. St. Ives,
Yes.
Mr. Tolchin,
Yes.
Mr. Vargas,
Yes.
Mr. Vasquez,
Yes.
Ms. Welburn,
Yes.
Mr. Wester,
Yes.
Ms. Pack Wilson.
Yes.
Okay. The yeas have it. The motion is passed. Director Dawson, would you please outline? Oh, before we do that, Director Smith, you had a comment about the withdrawal of the original motion we were discussing. What was your comment, sir? I just wanted to make sure we kept it clean on what we were discussing. Jason, if you're trying to talk, I cannot hear you.
Yes, the comment that I'm trying to address is I don't, it is not clear whether or not we have the power to take any action with regard to President McDougall's actions. The Wilson versus Houston Community College case was a case that on a request for a rehearing en banc was split 8-8. So there was no definitive decision. And that case, it is my understanding, is being appealed to the US Supreme Court. So we may be able to revisit it. However, this motion, I don't believe, the reasons I was going to support this motion didn't have to do with comments that President McDougall said as a private citizen, but rather he just hasn't been an effective communicator. He's given, he gave a non-apology, then he gave what I thought was a contrite apology, and then another non-apology speaking as the president of the state bar. And I believe that the inconsistent communication, just how he was communicating doesn't reflect well on the bar. And I believe that we could take away the spokesperson responsibilities for anyone, even Trey Apfel, the executive director, if they weren't an effective communicator, not what he's saying, but how he's communicating. So, but I think that it is probably prudent to wait for the Supreme Court to speak to Wilson if they're going to, and so let's move forward from there.
Thank you, Director Smith. Director Dawson, you had a second motion you were going to present?
I do, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I move that the Policy Manual Committee present to this board with its recommendations for changes in the policy manual and/or the state bar rules that might enable this board to impeach, remove from office, suspend, or take any other disciplinary action against any officer or director of the State Bar of Texas on a prospective basis, and that we authorize the Policy Manual Committee to coordinate with legal counsel as needed to address any legal questions that might arise in connection with analyzing the issues raised by this motion.
All right, coming from the floor from a director, it does require a second. Do we have?
Second.
Okay, Director Rob Crain, thank you very much as our second. I know we had several there. I'm going by the first one I see. So thank you, Director Crain. Is there any discussion?
Yes, can you please restate the motion?
Yes.
And Yolanda, that's great. Let's make sure, if you don't mind, so we don't go into chaos, that we're using that raising your hand function so I can keep everybody in order. Yolanda, that was fine. I'm not getting on you, just helping me keep everybody straight. Alistair, would you please restate the motion?
I will, and since I have it typed out, it will be an exact duplicate. I move that the Policy Manual Committee present to this board with its recommendations for changes in the policy manual and/or the state bar rules that might enable this board to impeach, remove from office, suspend, or take any other disciplinary action against any officer or director of the State Bar of Texas on a prospective basis, and that we authorize the Policy Manual Committee to coordinate with legal counsel as needed to address any legal questions that might arise in connection with analyzing the issues raised by this motion.
All right, upon hearing that, I see, Yolanda, you got your hand raised. Thank you very much. Yolanda, you've got the floor.
Thank you. How does this differ from the last motion that passed?
So in my estimation, the last motion establishes a code of, would ask the policy manual to come up with a code of conduct that all officers and directors must follow. We have a code of conduct for when you're at CLE events, but we don't have a specific code of conduct for officers and directors just in connection with performing their duties as officers and directors. And then this, I mean, I don't know, I'm not on the Policy Manual Committee, but as I appreciate it, they would come up with here's some, I guess, possibilities. Under these circumstances, you might impeach a president or an officer. And here's the procedures you would have to go through if you wanted to impeach or cause to, force the resignation of or remove from office. Here's the circumstances under which you might suspend somebody. Here's the circumstances where you might publicly reprimand somebody or privately reprimand somebody. I mean, they would come up with the various what I'll call disciplinary options and the circumstances that might give rise to those disciplinary options. But I don't want to presuppose that. That's what I have in mind, but it'll be up to the Policy Manual Committee to make whatever recommendations can be made. And frankly, I haven't studied this. It may require changes in the State Bar rules, which may require us to have to go to the Supreme Court and ask them to promulgate new rules. That may be, I don't know, but I would hope that what we would get back from the policy manual, if both of these Policy Manual Subcommittee, if both of these motions passes, here's what we recommend with respect to code of conduct, and here's what would have to happen to implement these disciplinary actions that could be taken against officers and directors.
If I may, Chair.
Yes, please.
Thank you. I'm currently on the Policy Manual Subcommittee, and so the clarification was helpful to me personally. However, it would appear that because the former motion passed, which was the motion that approved a code of conduct, that also would require legal opinion, and the expenditure for that legal opinion, that this motion then infers that the code of conduct that passed does not relate to a code of conduct that would pertain to the officers and directors of the State Bar of Texas. And therefore, your request requires a second legal opinion referring to a code of conduct specifically that authorizes a disciplinary action against the State Bar Board of Directors or officers. And so what I wanted to clarify was if that is exactly your intent, to have two separate legal opinions, two separate expenditures for two separate legal opinions, or whether your motion for the initial motion for a code of conduct includes the proposed disciplinary action against a State Bar Board of Director or officer. And if so, is this motion really necessary?
Well, I see that. I mean, I will just tell you, I really, it's up to the policy manual committee, because I'm asking them to come back with their recommendations. I think that there are two separate issues. There's one issue that has to do with establishing a code of conduct. And Director Schrammick has said that that may require legal opinions. He's in a better position than me to know that. And if it does, then we have already authorized the policy manual subcommittee to seek those legal opinions. I think that the discipline could be related to the code of conduct, or it could be unrelated to the code of conduct. For example, just giving you a hypothetical, you might come back and say any officer or director who's caught embezzling from the state bar will be removed from office. That may not be in the code of conduct. Do not embezzle. So I see them as different. And if it requires two sets of legal expenses, then if that's what the policy manual committee decides, that it needs legal consultation on two different issues, then I would request that we authorize the policy manual to subcommittee to incur those expenses, because I think it's money well spent.
Okay, we have a second. Is there any other discussion on this motion? All right.
Hey.
Seeing none and seeing no hands raised.
This is ridiculous. I've had my hands raised for an hour. Jesus.
All right, Director Fisher, we've asked you a couple of times now.
I can't use that. I don't see it on there. Okay.
Director Fisher, I would ask that you. I'm not trying to avoid you. I couldn't see your window on the screen that I'm looking at. So because I don't see all the hands in front of me on the screen, that's why I asked that you use the Zoom feature. I can tell you that if you click on the button Participants, there is a button that says Raise Your Hand. That can help you do that. However,
I got it.
However, thank you for getting my attention. I'll give you the floor.
Okay. First, I wanted to speak on the other on his motion to withdraw. So I don't know, I was waiting in line for that. And then I could just tell you briefly on this that if Mr. Dawson doesn't know what would be in there and what we could discipline somebody for, maybe because of the mistake he made on the last motion, that he would think this out, write it out, do some research, and then present it. That's all I have on that. But I do want to be recognized on the other thing where he withdrew his motion, just like Jason Smith had the right to speak on it.
All right, we'll tell you what, as soon as we get done with this motion, just like I did for Director Smith,
Thanks.
I'll come back around to you, okay?
Thanks.
And I see you found the button. I appreciate you doing that for me. It makes it a lot easier to keep everybody straight. Thank you. Okay, is there any other discussion on the motion that Alistair Dawson just made? Hearing none, seeing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All right, any nays?
Nay.
No.
All right, I hear two nays. The majority takes it. Motion passes. And the two nays I heard were Yolanda and Sherry Goldsberry. If there was another nay I didn't hear it, please let me know. Otherwise, motion carries.
Me also.
Who is me? I'm sorry.
Steve.
Got it. 3. Thank you very much.
Chairman, I abstained.
And Larry?
Abstained.
Abstained. And President McDougall, I wanted to, just for the record, you abstained on the previous motion, correct? You did not say nay. You abstained, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I just want to make sure. I wanted for our record keeping. Okay. Motion passes. Director Dawson, do you have any other motions to present?
I do not. Thank you, Mr.
All right.
Chairman.
Director Fisher, if you'd like to be heard on the withdrawn motion, you may do so at this time.
Yes, I'm just going to respond to Mr. Dawson's comments and his apology. He said he has a fiduciary duty, and we've spent a fortune on 2 or 3 meetings based on what he was going to present, and he should have done his research before this. I promise.
Mr. Chair, I have a point of order.
I'll listen. All right, what's the point of? Hold on, Director Fisher. What's the point of order?
Just to clarify, which motion Director Fisher abstained on previously?
Number 2. Number 1 was withdrawn.
About the code of conduct. Hold on. And listen, I should have laid this rule out first. Let me just do it now. And I did this last week and I made a mistake. All comments are directed towards me, not each other. We're not going to have directors commenting at each other, especially not in a way that's not respectful. So you're certainly able to direct all comments towards me, and I'll do my best to answer it. And if we need to go to that director to answer it, we can. Director Flores, the motion that Director Fisher abstained from was the first one that was made, the second motion in the list, which was the code of conduct. Does that answer your question, Vic?
So not the motion to withdraw, correct?
Director Fisher, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, that's it.
All right, thank you very much, Vic. Go ahead, Director Fisher.
Okay, in the big picture, we have elections here. And Larry was elected, and me to some extent, to promote and help lawyers, things that we should have been working on instead of this. Health insurance, we haven't even met on that. Grievance reform, even some of the disciplinary council admits that our stuff is necessary. Back burner.
Mr. Chair, I have a point of order.
You want to just censor me? Why don't you just say
hold on, Director Fisher. We have a point of order. Immediate past president of Texas Young Lawyers, Victor Flores.
I just want to know how this relates to the motion to withdraw, and I have concerns that we're stepping outside the scope of public notice.
I'll accept the point of order.
I will get to that.
Hold on, Director Fisher. I accept the point of order. You have the floor based on the motion to withdraw. That was actually, and it's really no motion to withdraw. It's just a motion that never went forward at this point. So you can speak to that, but please try to keep your comments focused on that and that alone, please.
Right. And the reason why I brought those things up is that there are elections. Whether Mr. Dawson, whatever he did to stop Larry getting elected, he made his shot. Larry got elected based on something he did, which I disagree with, 2015. But we've wasted so much time on Mr. Dawson's motions and having 2 or 3 meetings devoted to what they can do to Larry. Just like this last motion. It's all motivated by censoring his speech. I don't agree with Larry on BLM, but he has that right to speech. We've wasted a bunch of resources doing this. The way to remove somebody is not to elect them in the first place. His statements were there for years. So, please do not waste any more resources on preventing Larry or anybody from having their political opinions. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Fisher. Director Vargas, I see that you've got your hand raised.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to take the opportunity actually to thank Mr. Dawson for the incredible courage that he displayed, and also to thank all the directors for their courage and the depth to which they analyze these issues. It's taken a lot of time. It's taken resources. But these are important issues that we need to deal with as directors. We're elected to call the hard shots, and that's what we've been doing. And so I'd like to thank Director Dawson. I'd like to thank all the directors for everything they've put into this. And I just want to say that instead of taking an approach that he's trying to censor or do anything else, he's trying to, in my estimation, correct something that was a wrong. And the courage that it's taken for him to do that, I want to thank him for. Thank you, Director Dawson.
Thank you, Director Vargas, for your comments. Director Crain, you have the floor.
And Mr. Chair, if we were going to go through the motions before open discussion, I'd like.
We are, Director Crain, but if you've got, I allow Director Vargas and Director Fisher. So what I'd like to do is continue the motions and then go into open discussion at that point if we need to. But go ahead.
No, let's do that. Let's follow your order.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Okay. Are there any other motions on item F relating, and Director Dawson, you said you had no more, correct?
I have no more, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. So let's go to item number G. Consider and discuss referral of the ABA Model Rule 8.4G to the DCAP Committee for study and recommendation. I want to make sure that I'm very clear on this to our membership. And I don't know that I was earlier today, so let me just be as crystal clear as I can, all right? The DCAP Committee cannot adopt Model Rule 8.4. It can only make a recommendation to the board regarding the rule. Then, based on that recommendation that DCAP would make, It would then be up to the board to make a recommendation in the form of a resolution, if any, to the CDRR for consideration. If the board today votes to refer the rule to the DCAP committee for study, the DCAP would review all input. They would, including all the comments made today, before making any recommendation. If a vote is made to send this model rule to DCAP, the board is not adopting it, it is not sponsoring it, it is not endorsing it, it is purely sending the rule to the DCAP committee to look at and to review. It is not an endorsement, it is not a statement that says we believe this is anything but a rule that we wanted to look at and examine and then refer to the board. And then the board's reaction to that would then be a majority vote would need to take place where it would be sent to CDRR for recommendation. If DCAP wants to look at this rule on their own, they're allowed to do that without direction from the board. My understanding is if the CDRR wants to look at this rule, they can do that on their own without a referral from the board. So I just wanted to be very clear on that no vote to adopt this rule is going to be taken today, and any vote taken today is not going to result in the endorsement of the rule. So just so we're all aware of that. That said, do we have any motions regarding the model rule 8.4G, the ABA model?
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is Jason Smith from Fort Worth, and I have a motion to refer ABA Model Rule 8.4G to the DCAP Committee for study and recommendation as required by the Texas Government Code State Bar Act.
Thank you, Director Smith. Is there a second?
I second. Andy Elmanson.
All right. Having a second, is there discussion? And let's do this. So I know there will be, so let's do this by using that raise your hand feature, please. Director Schrammick, I've noticed your hand first. Before we go to you, we're going to use the same rules that we did in closed session. I will allow you to speak on the topic more than once, but only after everyone else that has spoken gets a chance to. I will not limit your time to speak as long as it does not become abusive, and I apologize for not laying this out earlier. All comments directed to the chair, please. Director Schrammick, you have the floor.
Thank you. Yes, so I wanted to talk a little bit about, we had a lot of people this morning, a lot of members of the public that had very strong opinions on this ABA model rule. And a lot of people brought up the fact that we also have 5.08 in our Texas disciplinary rules, and it's titled Prohibited Discriminatory Activities. And there is a lot of overlap between 5.08 and this ABA model rule. But the ABA model rule, of course, is much more expansive. I think that by referring this to the DCAP committee, they can take this model rule, look at our 5.8, and see whether or not 5.8 can be strengthened, whether there are concepts that need to be added to 5.08 that are missing. Just a very cursory review of 5.08 reflects that it doesn't have all the categories of discrimination that's listed in the ABA model rule. Maybe nothing comes out of this more than adding 2 more bases of discrimination, such as discrimination on socioeconomic status or gender identity. Maybe that's the only thing they recommend. Maybe they look at 5.8 and see that it's limited to discrimination in connection with an adjudicatory proceeding and say, you know what, that's pretty narrow. Not all lawyers are litigators like I am. What about lawyers who work in the corporate boardroom? What about deal makers when they're negotiating deals? Maybe those prohibited discriminatory activities should also be applied in a broader context. That's the sort of analysis that I think DCAP should undertake, not just an up or down on the ABA model rule. If you ask me right now to up or down the ABA model rule, I'd have a thumb down. I believe in its purpose, but I think it's poorly worded. I think it's overly broad. And as a litigator, I see all sorts of problems. But the concepts are good. The purpose is the right purpose. It's trying to do good, and it's trying to advance the legal profession, and it has things that we can take from it and make our 5.8 better. That's why I'm voting for it. And so I would like to ask for a friendly amendment for Mr. Smith to say, including a review of 5.08 in his motion, so that he reviews the ABA model, but also in connection with that, they review 5.08, and we let DCAP decide, come back to us with what changes, if any, should be made.
Mr. Smith, do you accept, Director Smith, do you accept the friendly?
I accept the friendly amendment.
All right. And there was a second, Director Almanzon. Do you accept the friendly?
Yes, I do. Accept it.
All right. Director Fisher, you have the floor. Director Fisher, if you'd unmute yourself, you're talking, but we can't hear you.
Mute myself. There we go. I actually agree with what Adam said. We definitely need to do something as a state bar that protects minorities and protects LGBT people, and we really need to do something. I understand that this here measure is probably going to fail. It's probably going to invite lawsuits, which are very expensive. So I'll vote to send it to DCAP and hope, and we don't need a motion. There's other things I'd like people to consider, and I know it's sort of short notice. I think I mentioned it before, but I think, and DCAP can consider this. I don't need to make an amendment or whatever.
Director Fisher, this is just about the motion for sending the model rule to DCAP with a friendly amendment. So if it's outside of that, you'll have an opportunity for discussion. But if it's outside of that, please hold it till then.
It's not. I'm going to say that in that rule, G, engage in conduct that the lawyer knows or reasonably should know is harassment or discrimination. I think everybody has that in front of them. That to make this legal, to give it some teeth and some strength, I would like the commission, DCAP, to consider that after the should know, reasonably should know, is violative of the Article 3A of the Texas Constitution, which guarantees some rights, and of any others, and of any other Civil Rights Act statutes, and is harassment. I think, once again, we don't have to, it doesn't matter for us to vote on it, and I will send it to that, I will vote to send it to that committee, but there's things we can do, and including the Texas Lawyer Creed, to effectuate this and make sure that people who are disadvantaged or been discriminated against have that. The way it is now, it's dead, but we can send it anyway. But I'd like that, and I'd like to offer ways that we can effectuate this and not violate the Constitution and not get us in legal trouble. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Director Fisher. Director Calvillo. David, I think you're on mute.
Yes.
There you are. Thank you, sir.
So I have comments about the motion generally, the referral to the DCAP committee. Is this the appropriate time, Mr. Chair?
It is. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. I have strong reservations about the adoption of Rule 8.4G. My perspective is a little different. It's not from a free speech standpoint, but rather from my position having served as on the grievance committee. I served on the grievance committee for 6 years in the region in Hidalgo County and Cameron County and Willacy County in the Rio Grande Valley. 3 of those years I served as the chair. And in looking at the text of this rule 8.4G, I see that there is an opportunity for a lot of mischief and a lot of misunderstanding and uneven application of this rule. It's not clear for enforcement. And so from that perspective, I have a lot of problems with it. In addition, 14 states, I know this question has come up, 14 states have rejected or abandoned efforts to adopt this rule, while only 2 states have adopted it in its entirety, Vermont and New Mexico. 2 other states, Maine and Pennsylvania, have adopted highly modified versions of Rule 8.4G. And it was pointed out earlier, one of them, the state of Pennsylvania, has actually been sued over that. So I think we're looking at the possibility that this rule will not pass muster, will not pass scrutiny by the committees. Director Smith has urged us to trust the process, and I agree with him. In the end, I'll support the motion, but I did want our DCAP committee and the CDRR committee, when they review this record, that they see that there are some strong reservations, not just the constitutionality that our AG, our Attorney General, has raised, but also from an in the weeds, nuts and bolts application of the disciplinary rules from a procedural standpoint, sitting there making decisions day in and day out, there's an opportunity for a lot of mischief. And so I would like them to consider that as they look at the two rules that have been recommended as part of this motion. So that's what I have to say.
Okay. Thank you, Director Calvillo. Directors, there are two things that need to happen, and I know we need further discussion on this, and so if you'll permit me to do something a little unorthodox. We lose our feed here in the next few minutes, 15 minutes, and we have to get a new feed, okay? We also need to take another item out of order. We are not done discussing this, and so if you will permit me, unless there's a strong objection, we need to take one item out of order and then reset our live feed so we don't lose everyone. So what I'd like to do, unless there's a strenuous objection, is take the report from Carmen Rowe, which is item 11, very quickly, and then get a new feed and then come right back to this discussion. I say that because we still have 5 hands that are raised right now on this issue. So Director Smith, this is your motion. Do you have any issues with me tabling this just for a few moments until we can come back to it?
No objection.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any objections to me doing that on the board? Hearing none, we will do that. Director Rowe, you have the floor on item 11.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairman Ginn. I appreciate it. I'll be brief. I'm excited to talk with the board and the members about the State Bar of Texas Justice and Leadership Work Group. At our last July 27th meeting, the board heard from 61 speakers and accepted hundreds of letters and remarks from the public. The board voted at that time to approve a motion to create this work group, and it is to include directors as well as various members who are interested in these issues, which include diversity and inclusion, and the suggestions that were made in writing as well as the oral remarks to the State Bar of Texas. In your meeting materials, you have a roster and a fiscal impact statement for this work group. It also includes a mission statement and the background information that I just gave to you. The work group at this time consists of 13 individual members from across the state that were selected for their leadership in their community, giving us greater reach across the bar. The creation of the group is not anticipated to have any fiscal impact as there are no in-person meetings, so there will be no travel and no meals and no lodging. The work group will start immediately after the board does approve it and will continue its work until it is complete, but not later than June 30th, 2021, whichever comes first. So at this time, I would move that the board approve the roster of the Justice and Leadership Work Group as presented in your materials.
Is there a second?
I second.
All right, thank you, Director Tolchin. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, passes unanimously, so approved. Thank you very much. So at this point, just to be safe, what we're going to do, and members of the public, you're just going to have to refresh your computer screen here in a few minutes. It will be the same website, it'll be the same link, it'll be the same video feed, but they only allow so many hours in a row of filming, and we've used that time again. So we're going to get on a new stream here in just a few minutes. Directors, I know you've been going hard. Why don't we take a 10-minute break so we can get the new live feed on? Chelsea, I don't think they're going to have to redo anything with their Zoom, correct? Do not touch your Zoom. Do not get off. You can hide your screen and go mute. We will take a 10-minute break. Why don't we call it 4:15? We'll come back at 4:15 and we'll get going on the new live feed, and we'll take it back up with Director Smith's motion. Thank you very much.